Ever wondered how apps like Instagram or X are actually built? Imagine creating posts, likes, comments, real-time chat, and even secure Clerk authentication, all in one powerful full-stack app. In this MERN project, we're building it from scratch, step by step. In this project, you'll see how we integrate Clerk authentication to handle signups and logins seamlessly. And then we'll dive into Clerk webhooks, so you'll understand how to automatically update your database whenever user data changes. We'll also dive deep into real-time chat using Socket.io, so you'll understand how instant messaging actually works under the hood. The entire UI is fully responsive, and I'll show you how to handle like, save buttons, and even nested comment system, just like you'd see on real social platforms. And once everything's done, we'll deploy the full app, front-end on Vercel, back-end on Render. So by the end, you'll have a complete, production-ready social media app that you built yourself.
All right, everyone. Right now, I'm inside VS Code. If you are using other text editor or IDE, you are good to go. But for this project, I'm gonna use this VS Code. So let's build up our project. So right now I'm in this folder. So let's create our project folder. I call socially. You can call whatever you want. First letter is bigger, okay, capital, socially, and then I have to create another one, nested backend, or you can call server, backend, and then I have to initialize. So let's new terminal. Here you go, cd backend, cd socially, and then backend. Here you go. Let's initialize init.y. So yeah, npm init dash y, and here you go. So now the project is being initiated. So let's import all the package. Let's install all the package. So npm I. So I already just create all the packages. So I'm gonna select and paste, and here you go. So this is the backend. So we have socket.io, svx. So don't worry, I can explain all the things as I go. Let's copy and let's paste it. Here you go. Now it install all the packages, right? So we have to connect our MongoDB. Okay, so let's go to MongoDB while it's importing or installing. So right now I'm inside MongoDB at last. Okay, so if you don't have an account, please create and then log in. So once you log in, it redirect to the home page, or maybe here. Okay, so and you have to create your organization. Just put the name what he wants. Okay, and then you can see this type of UI, or maybe new UI. So I have bunch of project already. Let's create a new one from scratch. So click on it, and then you put a name what you want. So let's say put socially. So socially, and then next, click next, and so you are the owner. So now I think you are the owner. So I think you don't want to bring anybody. So you are the owner. Just create project. And then you have to create a cluster. Okay, so let's create that. and now we have to select the cluster. So right now we are going to choose a free tier cluster because it's a learning project or it's a hobby. So yeah, let's select a free version and the name is cluster 0. I just keep as it is. You can change it. And the provider, AWS is fine. And then region, so you can see a lot of region is out there. Just choose your nearest. So yeah, and then create a deployment, and now, so this is your cluster string. So this is your username and this is your password. You can copy from here, but let's create our database users and choose a connection method, and then choose a driver because we are going to use Node.js. You can see. So, and now you can see the URL string, right? So just copy and yeah, and then you have to put this URL inside .env, right? So you have to create .env, but if I show you, and this is the .env. Okay, so guys, this is the just don't copy mine, okay, because I delete all the things after launching this project. So this is the MongoDB. Okay, this is the MongoDB URL, and yeah, you can put this double quoted or just put as empty as you wish, right? So this is the MongoDB URL, and then you have to do done, and now it takes time. Well, now go to cluster, and now you can see your browse collection. So this is your MongoDB data. So right now you don't have any database, so that's why you are seeing this one. But if you want to practice, you can practice with the built-in data, right? So this is our MongoDB URL, and now it's time to create its configuration, right? Configuration folder. So right now I'm inside this social media folder because this is my project. Okay, so we have this backend and we have this config folder. So inside config folder I have these 4 like Cloudinary, MongoDB, Multer, storage, and socket. Now for now let's understand MongoDB, okay, because this is the MongoDB configuration folder, and we are going to connect this one with our index.js, right? So yeah, we are going to call it on index.js. So this is the Mongoose library, okay, MongoDB provide in order to communicate the MongoDB database, right? And this .env, yeah, in order to access the data from environment variable. And here just I'm calling this one with config, and as you know, this is the asynchronous function. Why do you need asynchronous function? Because it takes time to yeah, so that's why. And it's and it's return promises, so that's why it's easy to use asynchronous await keyword rather than then, right? So yeah, and inside try block I'm just put a wait, and then this is the Mongoose library, and this is the connect method, and this method accept this URI string and other option. So you can pass the option, but I'm just okay with that URI. Okay, so this URI is coming from environment variable, and this is the console log for debugging purpose. Once the MongoDB URI is successful, so we can get and we can show this message in order to understand what's going on, right? And if anything goes wrong with MongoDB, so we are going to catch up. That's why we are handling all the error inside catch block. So this is the catch block, right? And if notice, right, so I put this one because meanwhile, like, if we are like, if anything goes wrong with MongoDB, but we want to get instantly, message. But if you don't put here, if anything goes wrong with MongoDB cannot throw a error, right? So I want a real time error. So which can help me a lot. Otherwise, like, silently MongoDB will be crash and you don't understand what's going on. So yeah, that's why it's very helpful. Yeah, this is a MongoDB, and now it's time to call this one inside our index. Yeah, so I have index.js or app.js. You can call server, whatever you want. Okay, it's up to you guys. And so this is our entry point of backend, right? So I initialize all this stuff. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain each of line. So for now, just focus MongoDB. Okay, so connect to MongoDB. Just I import this one from MongoDB, like config, and then I call here, right? And all this stuff. So when MongoDB, when our app is running, or when our app is a mount, so it's connect, yeah, it connect with MongoDB database always. So that's why we call this one into our index.js, right? So yeah, this is our MongoDB. So, and if you look at our like installation, let's go to the, here you go. I think we install all the packages, right? Like this is a Clerk SDK node, because we are going to use Clerk authentication. And yeah, in few minutes we are going to also connect the Clerk, all the stuff, don't worry. And then Backend.js, like to hash our password, and then Cloudinary cookie parser. Here we don't need cookie because we are going to pass the bearer token. Okay, but if you keep your things, like if you want to use cookie, so you have to use cookie, right? And then course, and then course, right? And .env express JSON web token, and then Mongoose, Multer for file handling. You can use Express upload file handling, but Multer unlocks a lot of features, so that's why. And then NodeMon and Socket.io and SVIX in order to communicate with, like, webhooks. So this is the just library. And yeah, because Clerk recommend this library, so that's why. And yeah, this is our package. So let's go to Cloudinary setup, right? So this is our Cloudinary platform. Okay, so yeah, so guys, if you don't have account, please create one, and then once you log in, you will redirect or land on this homepage. So you can see, and from here we need three things. First is cloud name, this one. Second is API's key. Okay, so yeah, just go to API keys, and once you do, you can see this is your cloud name, and just copy and paste on environment variable, and then you need API key and API secret. So if you want to visit, so click on it, and now Cloudinary sent a message to your email, which email you have used on this platform, and copy that code, paste here, approve, and then you are ready to go to grab this API secret. Once you do, then visit the environment variable inside your project. So this is the social media, this is my main project, and so I already copy, and this is the Cloudinary name. Okay, and Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary API secret. Just you have to copy this one, okay, and paste here. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna delete my account very soon, so don't copy mine. and then also you have to create your JWT secret. And here I think we don't need, because if you don't use like course, or if you use like third party library like authentication like Clerk, so Clerk can handle all of them, right? So but if you don't want to use Clerk, so you need this one. Okay, so this is the Cloudinary, and now we are going to set up the Clerk. So this is the Clerk. Okay, so again, if you don't have account, please create and create an application. So when you log in, so let's say I log out, and then I think then you can see, let's sign out. And yeah, so now you have to do, so let's say I log in. So yeah, this way you have to do it, and then once you do it, and now you are redirected to this one. Okay, so I have my other project. Let's create a new one. So yeah, and then you have to select what type of and put a name. Let's say put a socially, and socially, yeah, this is the project name. You can see this, this way you can see socially, right? And you have to select like email is right, and what type of things you want inside your model. So yeah, Google is fine, or maybe GitHub, or maybe Apple, yeah, whatever, like Microsoft, LinkedIn, Drop, Discord, TikTok. So all the third party what you can handle with Clerk, right? So once you do, just create, let's say Google and Apple, create application, or just I don't want Apple, and just Google, and if you want, just select here, and I want email, right? So yeah, let's create application. And so yeah, so you are creating your application. So yeah, so so I'm using React, choose React, and this is the SDK, React SDK, like yeah. And yeah, now and these are for front end, right? So yeah, you have to create the project, and then you have to install, then you have to install for front end. Okay, so this is the front end. Don't worry, when you work with front end, definitely work. So yeah, so I'll come back again when you work on front end. Okay, so this is a front end key, publishable key, and this way. So okay, and yeah, all this stuff. Okay, let's understand the back configuration. Let's pick the, so guys, we have to grab these API keys from here for front end, choose React, and then just we have to copy this one. Okay, you have to copy, and you have to paste. This is a publishable key, you can see here, right? And then you have to copy this secret. So you have to copy here, and then you have to paste on backend. If I go on my backend.env, so you can see this is my backend.env. So Clerk secret key, this is a Clerk secret key, and this is a must. Without this Clerk cannot talk to anybody. So yeah, you have to put here. And also we have to grab the webhook secret, because once you create our account, we want to update the MongoDB database. So let's create it. So once you do, or even you can create a new one. So as a default, just pick it. If you want to add new one, you can add from here. Okay, so this is the API key, this one for right, this one for backend, and this one for front end. Okay, and we need also webhooks. So yeah, there is a developer, just choose webhooks. This is a webhooks, right? And we need that. So, and you have to create your endpoint. Okay, so yeah, and now you have to put the not you have to put the deployed deployed URL, right? If you put the local host, it's not gonna work. So you have to put a local host, deploy host, and then yeah. So let's say I go here and I can put this one, and okay, it's back to our app.js. This one you have to put the backend, not frontend. So this is our frontend. Okay, so let's go to. I think you get the idea. Okay, I have to put the render. Yes, this is my render. Okay, and so you have to put the render one, like your backend URL, and so and then you have to create API then slash webhook. This is your endpoint. Okay, this one your endpoint, and then just choose the events. So here I only care about the user event, nothing else. Just user create, user update, and user delete, and then create, and that's it. So and now you have to copy this signing secret. You have to copy, and you have to copy this one, and you have to copy this one, and you have to paste the backend here, Clerk webhook secret, this way, right? So yeah, this is pretty cool. So we have got our Clerk secret, we have got our webhook secret, right? So all this stuff, and so now we set up our we connect our our project with the tools, but we have to configure all the setup, right? So we did only MongoDB, but this is Cloudinary, okay? And we import v2. So Cloudinary provide v2, but we name it Cloudinary. So like v2 as Cloudinary, and we import in order to access the variable from .env, and that's why you call here. And this is a Cloudinary, this one, and put a name config, and then cloud name, yeah, right? And then we access API key, API secret, and then we export default Cloudinary, right? And similar for MongoDB, and then Multer storage. So okay, so I'll back to this Multer storage and socket when you are work on it, right? So this is our basic setup, okay, for backend. Now let's create frontend. Okay, let's create frontend. So let's go to the Tailwind CSS, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So we have to put a project name, right? So let's copy this one. I put, and then create another one. Create new terminal, and then inside socially, let's cd socially, and then paste it and name client. Client. Here you go. It takes time, right? So let's choose React, and then JavaScript, and yes, and it takes time. Okay, and now it's installing all the stuff. And here also we have to grab all the stuff, and here you go. Now we are running 500 5173. So let's go to this URL, and yes, this is the React and feed, right? So it's working. Let's set up the Tailwind CSS. So I just clean the, and let's import the Tailwind. So install Tailwind. This is the vite config Tailwind, and I think I made a mistake. Why? Because I have to put inside client. Okay, you get the idea. Okay, because yeah, you get the idea. Like we have to put inside client, but let's do it again. Client, and then you have to put this one. Yeah, I can delete this one, but you get the idea. And yes, and just copy here and paste inside vite config and vite config, right? And then css. So inside source folder we have global css. Just remove all of these and just paste here, and then just run it. So I'm gonna clean up also app.js. I don't need all of this, so copy and just rfc. If you don't have this snippet, okay, I'll show you this extension. Okay, so just where is the extension, man? So you have to search you have to search Tailwind. Yeah, which the name, yeah, ES3 ES7, yeah, this one. So I already download. You can see 16 million people download. So yeah, it's very helpful. So when you search RFC or all the things, you can get it. So let's test our Tailwind. Let's say bg red 700. No, not this way, man. Small letter. bg 700 or red 700, and let's run our code. Project again. Yeah, npm run dev. Let's see. Yeah, it's expected because I have to put this one React here. I have to put React here, main, then it's gonna work. Now here you go. So now Tailwind also set up. Now Tailwind also good to go with our React project, right? And now let's import all the unnecessary packages for frontend, right? So let's clear the terminal and then npm I. So I already have all the packages. Just I'm gonna copy. So yeah, you can get my entire code from GitHub. So don't worry, I'll put the link on the description. Just grab the code and paste all the comment. This is the front end. So just copy entire front end and just paste here. Here you go. So like I have the Clerk SDK, the Socket IO client, the React Toastify, React Outer DOM, React Redux, React Loading Skeleton, React Icons, Framer Motion, Axios, and Redux Toolkit. Because we are going to use RTK Redux Toolkit in order to manage our state, right? So it's take time a little bit. Just wait for it. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. We have all the package have been installed. Here you go. In this video, I'm gonna walk you through this simple data flow diagram for our social media app architecture. Once you get this, you will basically know how the front end and back end talk to each other and how data moves around the whole system, including third party like Clerk and Cloudinary. So let's start. This is the user. This is the user A. Everything kicks off from here. So the user can sign off, log in, upload files, or just interact with the app in all kinds of ways. When someone sign off or log in, they do it from the client side. This is our React app, and we have got Clerk Setup to handle authentication. Clerk pretty much takes the heavy stuff off your plate, things like managing users, handling session, or logging in with Google or GitHub. So this is the Auth provider. So all the top company, they provide the Auth, right? So now once a user signs in, Clerk sends back an authentication token to the front end. So from front end, we can grab the token, and that token is like a digital pass. Every time the user sends a secure request to the backend, this is the request. You can see the arrow. Every time a user sent a secure request to the backend, that token goes along with it. So every time we pass this token, right? So on the server side, in our case, we're building it with Node.js and Express. So we have got the Clerk SDK plugin with building middleware. So we can grab, so Clerk provide a built-in middleware. If it lines up with what Clerk expects, boom, the user gets access to protected routes. If not, Clerk shuts them out right away. So Clerk verifies this token. If this token is matched with the token we get from Clerk SDK, if they are equal, that means this route or Clerk let them in, otherwise there is no entry. So this is the basic flow. Alright, now let's move over to the file uploading. Imagine a user can upload a post. For example, let's say user posting a video on our app. So user can request, right, with a MB4 file, right? MB4 file. So to handle a file, we will use a Multer. So Multer is kind of file handling. So when a user sent a request with that file, temporarily we store that file inside our server, and then we can send to a Cloudinary with that file. So Cloudinary does its magic. So what it does, so Cloudinary just hosts that file and sends back a URL. So this is the URL, right? And then after that, server create an instance. And that instant gets saved inside MongoDB as a JSON object. So in future, if you need any data, so we can query easily. So for example, let's use the one that post again on our React. So user can send a post request, or user can send a get request, and then server query that data, right? So now MongoDB sends back a JSON object, and then server responds that JSON object, and instantly React picks that up and renders the UI, showing the latest post likes and comments without you needing to refresh anything. So this is the basic of our flow, our data flow. But we are not done yet, because we have also got real-time chat, and that's where Socket.io comes into play. Socket.io keeps a live connection open between client side and server side, kind of like they are constantly talking behind the scenes. So we don't need to wait to get message. Otherwise, the servers say, hey, do you have data, again and again. So but if you use Socket.io, the issue is gone. So suppose when a user A sends a message to user B, that message shoots off to the server, then gets pushed back down to both users instantly. No reloads, no waiting around, just real-time magic happening under the hood, right? Because Socket.io does that magic, just to connect client and server. So we don't need to ask, hey, do we have data? So yeah, once users send a message, instantly they connect each other like a phone call. So yeah, instantly they can talk, right? So this way user gets updated instantly, right? So here we are using chat features. You can use Socket.io for notification, right? And other use cases out there. So, and that, my friends, is the full data flow of our social media app, from user interaction through authentication, media uploads, database operation, and all the way to real-time chat. Once you wrap your head around this, you understand how most modern full-stack apps work today. So, and we are going to write all the code, because this is gonna help you a lot to understand the flow. In this video, I'm gonna walk you through all the models in your social media project. These models are the backbone of our entire backend. They define how our data is structured and stored inside MongoDB. Right now, I'm inside the main folder directory, and within that we have a models folder. So we have a backend and we have a models folder. I have already written all the code to save us some time, so we can focus purely on understanding how everything works. Inside this folder, each of we have we have got four main models: the user model, the post model, comment model, and the message model. Each of them handles a specific part of the app. User manage authentication and profiles, post handles media and caption, comments connect users to post, and messages take care of our real-time chat features. So let's go one by one and break down how each model works and how they are connected to each other. So let's start with the user model. So I open it because honestly, the user is everything in our app. Every post, every comment, every message, it all connects back to a user. So, so right, and this is the user model.js folder. At the top, you can see at the top, we import Mongoose from Mongoose library. Mongoose is an ODM, which means Object Data Modeling Library, that MongoDB provides to make it easier to define schemas and interact with our database. Basically, it lets us structure and organize our data like objects instead of raw JSON. Next, we create our user schema. This is our user schema using the Mongoose schema method. This method takes two arguments. The first one defined the structure. Structure of our data, and the second one handles configuration option. But here we have set timestamps true, which automatically adds create add and update add fields to every document, so we don't have to do that manually. And inside our schema, we define all the fields we need. The first one is Clerk ID, which we get directly from Clerk authentication system. This ID is unique for every user and comes from the Clerk SDK after they sign up or login. Then we have email, full name, username, profile image. These values are also fetched from Clerk, depending on which OAuth provider the user use, like Google or GitHub or any other. It's depend on the way you want to show them. Then we have got field like bio and cover image. So here I'm not using. You can use it and you can't fetch on frontend. But yeah, because bio and cover image, it's obvious for social media app, but I'm not using it. But I just want to keep it so you can use my code. So, and next are the social part. Followers and following. Both are arrays that store the ID of other users. So if you follow someone, their ID goes into your following array. And if someone follows you, their ID goes into your follower field. Pretty similar to how Instagram handles it. We also have like post, save post, upload post. This field help us track user activity, what post they have liked, what they have saved, and what they have uploaded. This makes it easy to show personalized data on the front end, like a user's favorite post or uploads without running heavy queries. And finally at the bottom, we export the model. So this line registers the model inside Mongoose and create a corresponding collection in MongoDB, which will be automatically pluralized as users. You can see user on MongoDB collection, you can see users. So it's gonna be plural. Once exported, we can import and use this model anywhere in your backend logic like controller or routes. And that's our user model, clean, structured, and ready to scale. Alright, now let's move on to our post model, because this one powers the entire social side of our app. Every photo, every video, every caption a user shares, it all lives here. So I'm gonna open it up, and here you go. So this is a post.model.js file. Just like before, at the very top we import Mongoose library. Then we create our post schema using a new Mongoose schema. Schema is a method. We pass in two arguments. This is the first argument. The first defines the structure of the document, and the second handles configuration option like timestamps. We already discussed before, right? Inside our schema, the first field is user, which is a reference field. Type is mongoose.schema types.object_id, and reference users required true. So whenever we query a post, we can easily populate user details like their username, profile image, whatever it is. The next is a media field. This one's an array because a post might include multiple files. For example, multiple images or even a video. Each media object includes a URL, which is a string, and a type, which can be either image or video, enforcing using an enum. That way our backend knows what kind of file it's dealing with. Then we have caption, just a string field with an empty default value, and tags, which is an array, so user can attach multiple tags to a single post. After that, we define the likes, the comments. These are arrays. Both store objects ID. Both store object ID. You can see, and which are referencing the users, and also here document that belong to this post. So if the post has 500 likes, those user IDs will be stored right here. Finally, we add a few cache counter, likes count, and we have also viewed by field. Right, we also have viewed by field, which tracks which users have seen this post. That helps us keep count of unique viewers, kind of like what you see on YouTube or Instagram inside. The view field is just a simple number, right? And then finally we add a few cache counters, likes count and comment counts. These are optional but useful if you want faster reads. Instead of recalculating likes or comments every time you fetch a post, you can just increment these numbers as changes happen. At the end, we set timestamps true to automatically handle create at and update at, and then export our model like this. So yeah, that's it. A clean scalable post model that connects directly with your user comment models and is ready to support likes, views, comments, and tags just like a real social media app. Now let's go over the comment model. At the top, same as before, we import Mongoose. Then we create our comment schema using mongoose.schema. Remember, the first argument defines how you wanna structure our data, and the second one is for configuration option. Inside the schema, we have got a few important fields. First one is text. This is where the actual comment content is stored. Type is string and it's required. And we have also trim max length 1000. So you can put as you want. The second field is user. This field tracks who made the comment. It's an object ID that reference the user model. The next one is post. This connects the comment to the post it belongs to. Again, it's an object ID referencing the post model. Then parent comment field. This is for replies. It's a self-referencing, which means a comment can point to another comment. If it's top level comment, this field just stays null. So you can see. And then likes. This is an array that stores the users who like that particular comment. And then we have likes count and replies count. Both are numbers defaulting to 0, and they make it faster to fetch counts without recalculating every time. And finally we add timestamps, and then we export it using mongoose.model comment schema, right? So yeah, now let's look at our last model, the message model. So let's open up. Just like before, we start by importing Mongoose and then define our message schema. Remember, the first argument is how we structure our data, and the second one is for configuration. Inside the schema, we define first sender ID. This is a field, sender ID field. This field stores the ID of the user who sent the message. Its type is object ID, and it references the user model. And record is true. And then second one is a receiver ID. This one tracks who received the message, same type and reference. So sender ID is who sent it, and receiver ID is who got it. And the next field is text. This field holds the message content, and the type is string. And then the next one is media field. This is an array because we allow users to send images or videos. Inside that array, we store objects. We store object with, like, we store our object with URL field and a type field. The type field use enum to make sure users can only send either an image or a video. And finally we add timestamps So MongoDB automatically tracks when each message was created and updated. And one small difference here, instead of defining and exporting the model in online, we first create like this, right? And const message and mongoose model, and then we export it below using export default message, right? There is no difference, but yeah, this way also people like to do it, and so that's what I did. And that's it, all our models are done. Now we are ready to move on and start building the controllers where we will handle the logic behind creating, updating, and fetching all this data. In this today video, we're gonna work with controllers, but before writing any controller, it's important to understand two middlewares, because middlewares act like bridges that connect different part of your backend logic. Right now, I'm inside my main folder, and then inside backend, and now inside middleware. So you can see we have two files, Clerk Auth and verification Clerk webhooks. So I open up Clerk Auth. So you can see only very two-line codes. So start. Let's understand this basic controller, what it does. So yeah, it's basically the way we did our building controller. So this middleware helps protect our routes. Whenever a request comes in, this middleware checks whether the user is authenticated using Clerk, and if not, it blocks access. So you don't have to write any extra logic here. Clerk handles everything behind the scene. All right. So it's very simple, right? Now let's move to the next middleware, verify Clerk webhooks. So first, if you don't know what a webhook is, imagine it like this. It's a way for two applications to talk to each other automatically. So whenever something happens on one side, let's say on our Clerk side, it instantly notifies your server by sending some data. You can think of it like Clerk knocking on our server door saying, hey, a new user was created, or someone update their profile. That's what a webhook does. It keeps your server and Clerk in sync in real time. Now let's understand the code. So at the top, we import three things. This is a webhook, from SVX. So this is the library, and this is what Clerk use internally to verify webhook request. And this is the .env from .env, and then we call it, right, and then we get our Clerk webhook secret from. So we already attached, if you see now, this one, Clerk webhook secret, right? So when you create our Clerk, right, so we get it, and yeah, and then we access here, right, and then I add a quick check. If this secret is missing, we throw an error saying missing Clerk webhook secret in environment variable, right? Or you can modify your message. And next we define our function. So which is an asynchronous middleware function. Because as you know, async function can take some time to complete, right? So it takes some parameter. In our case, we have three: request, response, next. Inside try block, we first extract the payload from a request.body. So this contains the data Clerk sends to us, like details about the user event. Then we grab the headers from the request. Clerk always sends 3 specific headers for security: SVX ID, SVX timestamp, SVX signature. These headers help us verify that the webhook request is truly from Clerk and not some random source. Once we have the payload and headers, we create a new instance, right? So this is a new keyword, I think you guys know, and this is a webhook, and this is a web secret, right? So and then we call wh verify and pass in our payload and headers. If everything matches correctly, that means the request is authenticate, and we get back an event object. Now we attach this to the request object, like, and then this way our next middleware or controller can easily access the event data and perform action like creating or updating a user in your database. And finally, we call next to move on to the next middleware. If anything goes wrong, we handle it in the catch block. We log the error message and return 400 and saying invalid webhook signature. Right. So this is very simplify our Clerk Auth and very Clerk webhooks middleware. Right. It's very simple, and we need, and throughout our writing controller, we are going to use this middleware. Well, right. So as we have just finished creating and understanding our middlewares, now let's move on to next step, the controller. Right now I'm inside controller. So you can see user controller, search controller, post controller, message controller, and comment controller. So in totals we have a 5 controller. Let's begin with the most important one, the user controller, because let's be honest, everything in social media app revolves around the user. So I'm going to open up, and I did. So at the very top, we have some import. We are importing user model. We're importing delete from Cloudinary, a helper function, and also post model. Don't worry, we'll talk about this function, what it does. But in short, it's used for deleting images or media from Cloudinary. Now inside this file, we have a bunch of controller function, each one handling different user operation. But let's start with the first and most essential one, get current users. The purpose of this function is simple. It fetch all the data for the currently logged in user. So let's break it down. So this is the asynchronous function. Why? It takes time to complete, and it's always takes parameter. So in our case, there are 2 parameters, request and response. Just and always follow this sequence, otherwise your function won't work properly. Inside the try block, we start by grabbing the Clerk user ID, and this user ID is coming from Clerk middleware, request or user ID, right? And that gives us the current login user ID, right? This Clerk ID. Next, we query our database to find that user. Just we query our database. This is the user model, and we pass in the Clerk ID, and we use find one. Right? If matching, if a matching user is found, we then select the specific fields we wanna send to the front end. We don't want to send everything, only important data like Clerk ID, full name, profile, email, followers, following, and like post, save post, upload post, like whatever data you want, you can select. Now notice that some of these like followers or like post are nested field that reference other models. To fetch those related document, we use populate. Right, this way. So what populate does, it replaces those IDs with this actual user or post data. Right. So inside user model, we have this ID. You can only ID. If you don't do this, you can see only ID. But doing this using populate can't fetch the actual data. Right. This is the follower and this is the following. So we care about two things, and Clerk ID, full name, and profile image. That's it. Now also we have like post, save post, upload post. And here we only care about three fields: caption, media, create at. And then we use len at the end. Why? This convert the result from a Mongoose document into a plain JavaScript object, which is faster and easier to work with when sending a JSON response. Right. After fetching the user, we do a quick check. If the user does not exist, we return this message: status code 404 is not found, as a message, as a JSON message. And finally, if everything goes well, we send the user data back to frontend. And finally, inside catch block, we handle any potential error. We log them in console for debugging. Right. So this is for debugging purpose. And also we send 500 response and message internal server error. And that's basically it. That's how the get current controller works. Right, step by step. Right. So this is the basic, and yeah. Alright. Now let's move on to our next controller, get wall users. This one's much simpler than the last one, but it's still really important. The goal here is to fetch all the users available in our database and send that data back to the front end, basically to show list of all users. So let's walk you through how it works step by step. And once again, this is an asynchronous function because it has to communicate with the database, and that always takes some time. And just like before, we are passing two parameters: request for request for the request that comes from the frontend, and res for the response we will send back. Inside try block, we write a very simple MongoDB query. We use find method. There is no filter, just find, but we sort it. So now what's happening here? Right. So we're just fetching every single user in the database because we're not filtering, right? And then we just sort it and create at -1. So that -1 basically means descending order. The most recently created users come at the top. Once you get the data, we send it back to the front end like this. Response.status to 00.json users. Even you can put a message like I did before in my previous controller, right? You can organize the way you want to, and that's it. We have successfully fetched all the users and send them to the client, right? And of course, we wrap it all in a catch block to handle any errors that might occur. You can see this is a console error, and this is a response, right? So, and fail to fetch user. Super clean, right? Super clean and super straightforward. And this is get all users. And now let's talk about the next one. Toggle follow, right? So the idea here is simple. When you hit the follow button on someone's profile, you start following them. But if you tap it again, it flips back, meaning you have unfollowed that person. So it's basically one button doing two jobs, just like other toggle button, maybe like button or maybe a save button, right? So let's see how this logic actually works behind the scene. First off, this is an asynchronous function because it has to communicate database. That's why asynchronous function, right? At the very top, you can see inside try block, at the very top, we are just destructuring user ID from request.params, which comes from our route. That's the ID of the user you want to follow or unfollow. This is the ID. This is the user ID you want to follow or unfollow. And then we grab Clerk ID from our Clerk middleware. This the same we did for our previous controller. All right. Remember, only login users can perform this action. Most platforms let you view content without an account, but to interact, like follow, post, or comment, you have to be authenticated, right? Next, we find current user. This is the current user using Clerk ID. We are using MongoDB find on method, right? And we are query inside user document. This is the user model, right? And if current user doesn't exist, we immediately return a 404 response with user not found message. And now here's crucial checkpoint. We need to make sure a user can't follow themselves. That's why we are preventing ourselves to follow our account, right? So we just check if the current user ID is equal to the user ID we are trying to follow. If they are same, that means this block run, and with this message you cannot follow yourself, right? And next one, we find the target users, the person we are about to follow or unfollow. If that user does not exist, we again return a 404 message, target user not found. Once we have both users, we initialize a variable called isFollowing. And then we check whether the current user is already following the current user, right? Inside the user model, we have a field called following, right? this is the field we have inside our user model, and this current user we define here, right? But this current user is me. Suppose this is my account, so me, right? This is current users, and this is the following field from that current users, and this is the include method, and this is the user ID, the person I'm about to follow or unfollow. So here I'm checking. Basically because following is an array of user ID, the person I follow, right? So if that's true, if this expression true, it means we are already following them. So the new click means unfollow, right? So that means if you click again that button, so now you are going to unfollow, right? So in that case, we use MongoDB's pull operator to remove the user ID from both sides of the relationship, right? And if you look at, we are using promise all, and this is an array. And we have two objects. So first one, this is the first one, find by ID and update, and just we are removing the target user. Just remove the target user from the current user following array, right? So this is the target user. And then second one, remove the current user from the target user's followers array. And then we run these two updates simultaneously using promise all. So they execute in parallel instead of waiting for each other. That keeps the operation fast and efficient. Then we set each following false, because at first we initialize as nothing, right? So now we make it false. So if it's true, then run this block of code. But if it's false, this expression, which means this block of code gonna run, right? So if user wasn't already following, we do the opposite, the follow part, right? The follow part. So we use MongoDB add to set operator, right? If you look at, this is the MongoDB add to set operator, which adds a value only if it doesn't already exist. So we avoid duplicates. We add the target user, right, to the current user's following field, and add the current user to the target user followers list, right? Then we set is following true, and once follow and unfollow operation is complete, we fetch the update user. Right? So and then like we fetch the update user data to send back to the front end. So we find the user by user ID this way, and find by user ID, right? And select only the fields we care about. So in our case, I care about full name, profile image, followers, and following. And as we talk about, when we have nested document, that means this select gonna provide only IDs, but we do care about the actual data. So that's why we need populate, and populate using followers. I care about full name, profile image, and also following full name, profile image, right? So finally we send our response, and of course we wrap, right? And this also this is the dynamic message. It's depending on this following field. If it's true, so; if it's false, so. And this is a flag. So it's a Boolean flag, and this is a user data. And of course we wrap everything in a catch block to handle any unexpected error this way. So this is a console log for debugging purpose, and this is a message 500 message false, message failed to toggle follow, and that's it. This controller brings your social logic to life, right? The button instantly switches between follow and unfollow, right? And everything stays perfect sync between users. And now let's talk about our last middleware, handle Clerk webhook. So we already create the verify Clerk webhook web middleware, right? Earlier, that one's job was to make sure that request actually came from Clerk by verifying the signature and decoding the payload. Now this function, handle Clerk webhook, is where actually respond to the data. In other words, this is where we handle whatever Clerk is telling us, whether user just signing off, sign off, update their profile, or delete their account. So right at the start, we grab the event that we attached earlier inside our verification middleware. That's request.event, right? And then we simplify destructuring it this way. Type data. Now type tell us what kind of event happened. For example, user.create. For example, user.create when a new user signs off, and maybe it could be user.update when a user updates their info, and maybe user.delete when a user deletes their account. And the data holds all the information about that user, like their ID first, last email. So for that, this way you can get that event, right? This is the type, and now I just put user create, and this is the data. We have ID, we have first name, last name, and email address. Just notice this email address is an array, because Clerk allows us to add primary and secondary. So we only care about here primary, right? So that's why, and also username and email URL. This data we can get, and here just we are destructuring, right? And so that's And now let's look at what happens when the event type is user create, right? Because we are going to handle 3 types. So let's understand first user.create. So if type is this, they run this block of code, right? So we grab a Clerk ID, data.id, and then we are just querying by passing Clerk ID, and we are using find one if it exists. So so we are assigning here, and so if the user does not exist, then run this block of code, which means somehow Clerk sent the response. Okay, so here I'm checking if there is no user already exists, then create a new brand user. So that's why new instance, and then all the field that field match with our MongoDB, right? And so this is the constant, like new users, and this field we care about, Clerk ID, full name. And here if you look at full name, means the Clerk have first name and last name. So here we are just grabbing data first name, and then we are checking first name and last name. Otherwise trim it, or otherwise make it anonymous. And also we care email, profile image, and users. This user ID you can use, or you can skip, because I'm not gonna use it, but for your case you can use it, and then save that new users, right? And that's it. Like the moment user signs up through Clerk, Clerk sends a webhook to our backend. We verify it and instantly create a matching record in your MongoDB. And that means Clerk authentication system and our own user database always stay perfect, right? So this is for new, like user created. If you look at similar for user update, right? So so if type is user.update, then we are doing same things. We're grabbing data ID and then we assign here, and also then we create update and then all the field. And here we are checking if we are not care about the undefined. So here we only care about the value. If is there undefined, just skip it. And then we are using find and update, because this document method can update and create at once. So that's why we are passing this Clerk ID, and also it accepts other field updates, and this is the option. This new always makes sure it create new one. And if the type is user delete, then run this block of code. So similarly, I grab the Clerk ID, and then also I'm just looking for the user ID, users using Clerk ID, and if user exists, then remove that cover image. But in our case, we don't have, but you can add on it, right? So I can just I can cover all the edge case, so you can use it, right? Or and inside try block, and then I'm just deleting that cover image from our database. And then also I have to update all the relationship, right? So here I have to remove all the relationship data. So inside user we have followers. So I'm just looking for that followers field, and they I pull them out, right? So and then also for following, similar action and post and also updates like save. So everything I just pull them out, right? And then I'm just here just upload push. What I did here, just also I'm just looking for all the upload by. So this is the user ID, and all the things I'm just assign here. So first we have two nested loop. This is the for loop, and this is the upload push, and this is the push. We just look through because it's an array, right? It's an array, so that's why we need a listed loop. So also, and then we have this field media, right? And this is a field media, and then we just delete that URL, right? And now post delete one. So right now, and then we delete the post, and then the user itself using Clerk ID, right? If everything goes okay, then we respond this message. Otherwise, we wrap up it inside catch block, internal server error, right? So this is our user controllers, right? This is our user controller. So now it's time to define our endpoint. So right now I'm inside route folder, and then inside user route, right? So at the very top, we import Express because we need it to create our router, and we also import Multer, which is a Node.js middleware used to handle file uploads, like when user upload profile picture, or so here when user post with files. All right. Next, we import all the function from our user.controller, right? The ones we just create earlier, right? And so and then two middleware. First one is require what from Clerk, and also second one is verify Clerk webhook for it's also from Clerk but for webhook, and also we import our storage configuration from the config Multer storage. Don't worry, I'll explain this Multer storage configuration in details later because it's actually pretty important and handles how and where our uploaded file are stored. And now we create our router instance, right? And then we set up Multer. Here we set up Multer. Here we are passing two things to Multer: storage, which comes from our configuration file, and limits where we define how large file we are willing to accept. In this case, I have set it to 10 MB, but you can always increase it if you wanna allow bigger uploads, maybe for a high resolution image or other media. And then we start to define our endpoint, right? So first one is very simple: a get method to fetch all users, right? This is the router instance, and this is the get method, and this is the endpoint /all, and this is our controller. This route hits the all get all user controller function we talked about earlier. I'm not adding any middleware here because it's a public route, meaning anyone can view all the users. Next, we have the Clerk webhook endpoint. This one's post route. Here's what's happening. We're using Express raw so that the body comes through in raw format. Clerk requires this for webhook verification. The type is application/JSON. Then we pass in our verify Clerk webhook middleware to check that the signature. Finally, we connect it to our handle Clerk webhook controller. That's where the actual logic for creating or updating user runs. After that, let's move on to the current user endpoint. Alright, this one fetch data for the user who's currently logged in. And it is very simple. It's a get method /me require what and get current user, because it's not a public route, it's a private route, right? And finally, we have got a few more, we have got another route. So here I'm using put. You can use push, right? So yeah, the idea is simple. Toggle flow lets one user follow or unfollow another user by passing the target user ID. So if you look at, we are grabbing that ID from params. This is the ID, user ID. Yeah, this setup makes our router modular and clean. Each endpoint is clear about what it does, which controller it calls, and whether it needs authentication or not, right? And now we have to connect it. So this is our app, right? So just forget about other things, just care about one thing. So we import this user router from this file, right? And here just we are calling. This is our endpoint. This is the app.use API /users. This is our base URL, right? This is our base URL, and this is the user router, right? Don't worry, I'm going to explain to you everything. Just remember. So here just we are define, and this is our app, and this is the use built-in method, right? So yeah, this is for our user route. I hope you understand the logic, the controller, and then you understand how we define our route, right? So far, I hope that makes sense. In this video, I'm going to explain our helper function, and Multer storage configuration. These are really important because we'll be using them multiple times across the project. So it's better to keep them separate and reusable. Let's start by opening the folder called upload Cloudinary. So I'm inside helper folder, and then let's open this one, upload to Cloudinary. You can see the name, yeah. So upload to Cloudinary, that means we are going to upload a file, right? So at the top, we import a few things. First, FS, the file system module, to work with files locally. Second is path, to handle file path and extension. Second is Cloudinary, from our config file where we have already set up the Cloudinary credential. Since we are using ES6 modules, we have to manually import FS and path like this, right? So, and next, I define an asynchronous function. I define this asynchronous function because uploading involves network request and takes some time. The function takes two parameters. First one, the file path, the local path of the file you wanna upload. Second one, an optional configuration object. I have set it to an empty object by default. Inside try block, the first things I do is grab the file's extension using path.xname, then passing file path dot lowercase. Then I make it lowercase. And then I check whether the file is an image or a video. So if option resource type does not exist, so I'm checking this way, includes. Okay, so if MB4 or move, we know it's video. Otherwise we treat as an image. This way, if no option are provided, the function automatically figures out the correct resource type for Cloudinary, right? This is the code is all about. After that, we call Cloudinary's upload API like this. This is the Cloudinary, this is the uploader API, and this is the upload method. And it takes two parameters. First is the file path, second is the option, right? And the file path and upload option, it returns a result object containing all the file details like URL, public ID, and so on and so forth. Now, and then you can see I return it, right? So we can use it in different way. And so now if something goes wrong during upload, we handle it in the catch block. We log the error and throw it again so it can be handled by the parent function. And finally, we call fs unlink sync and passing file path as a parameter. That deletes the temporary file from our local system after its upload successfully. Because remember, Multer temporarily stores the file before sending to Cloudinary. Once the upload is done, we don't need that local copy anymore. And that's how our upload to Cloudinary helper works: simple, clean, and efficient. We will use it in multiple places, like when you post something, right? So definitely we add image or video. So as I talk about this one, so let's move on to the delete from Cloudinary, right? So yeah, here at the top, I import Cloudinary from our config file, since that's where we have already set up Cloudinary credential. Then I define the function. it's again an asynchronous function because it interacts with Cloudinary's API, which is third-party service that take time to respond. This function accepts two parameters: a file URL, the full Cloudinary URL of the file you wanna delete. Second one is resource type, which can be image or video. I have set it to image by default. And now if there is no file URL provided, we immediately throw an error because Cloudinary obviously can't delete something if we don't tell it what to delete. Inside try block, the first step is to parse the file URL. So we are using URL parse variable, and URL is a built-in JavaScript class that allows us to extract the path name path, which basically represent the path of the file on server, Cloudinary server. Next, we need to clean that path and extract the public ID. So I'm doing here this way: path name dot substring, and I'm just passing path name dot index of, then upload plus 8. So here's what happens step by step, right? So, and then I remove the Vercel folder, right? So public ID with extension, and then I use replace all the symbol with the empty string, and then remove the file extension like this way, replace all the stuff. And then once we have that public ID, we call the Cloudinary uploads destroy method like this. This is the API and this is the method, and it accepts two things: public ID and second is option, because this tells Cloudinary, hey, delete this file, and we pass both public ID and the resource type. And resource type could be image or video. If the deletion succeeds, Cloudinary returns a result object confirming it, right? So we simply return that result from our function. If anything goes wrong, for example, if the file doesn't exist or the request fails, we handle it in the catch block, log the error for debugging, and rethrow it so our app can handle it properly, right? Yeah, and then we export, so we can use it, right? This is the delete from Cloudinary function. And now the last one, let's talk about the Multer storage. So inside config we have that Multer storage, and let's talk about it. So at the top we import the basic things like Multer from Multer package, path from Node.js, file URL to path from URL, and fs for working with the file system. Since we're using ES6 module, Node doesn't give us dir name or file name automatically, so we create them manually using file URL path, file URL to path, right? So here like import meta URL for the file name, and then path dir name, file name for the directory name, right? And now this line ensure that our temporary folder exists. I join the directory name with public temp to create a path called temp path, right? Temp path. Then I check if that folder already exists, right? Check. If not, I create it using fs mkdir sync, passing temp path, and then recursive true. After that, I create a file name sanitize, just a small helper function that replace anything that's not a letter or number with an underscore. So I'm using replace, right? And next I define the storage configuration using Multer disk storage. The first property, the first property is a destination decides where to save uploads files. So inside it, so inside it, so this is the first destination. Inside it, I'm passing a request file callback function, right? And then null and temp path, right? So, and then the second one is file path, a file name. The second property is file name, and that decide how to name the file. So here I take the original file name, remove the extension using path parse, and then I passing file original name dot name, right? And to make each file unique, and yeah, and then gets extension, right? Get extension, and to make file unique, I just append the current timestamp, something like this way, right? So I'm using backtext, and then I'm passing name and then date, right? So finally I pass this to the callback with cd null and new file name. This is the file new, yeah. And at the bottom I simply export this storage so we can use it in our routes whenever we handle uploads. And that's it. Our Multer storage configuration is ready. Now any file you upload will be stored temporarily in the public folder with a clean unique clean unique name before being sent to Cloudinary. I hope that makes sense. In this video, I'm gonna walk you through our post controller. So let's dive in. So I just open up the file, and as we can see, all the basic required models and helper function. So this is the post models, comment models, user models, and these two are helper function. Recently we talk about it, right? So let's talk about first create post. So this is the asynchronous function, as I talk again and again, because it takes time. Inside create post function just we have, yeah, so inside the try block, the first things I grab two required stuff like caption tags from a requested body. And I think if you don't know, this is called restructuring. And after that I just grab the Clerk ID from request.auth.user_id, and then before uploading anything, we add a quick validation check if the request does not include either an image or video file, meaning both request files images and request files videos are missing. We immediately return a 404 response with a JSON message saying at least one image or video file is required, because these files are coming from Multer, right? This is a quick check. And next we find the user. From the database using Clerk ID. So inside user document, we look for that user, right? So we called find one method, right? If user does not exist, we return another 404 with user not found message. Now let's handle media uploads. I initialize an empty array called media uploads, which will hold all our media files, both images and videos. Let's start with images. So if request files dot image exists, that means the user uploaded one or more images. We loop through them using a for loop because multiple files can be uploaded inside that loop. We call upload to Cloudinary for each file. Remember that function takes two parameters: the file path and an option object, which in our case includes the folder name images post/images and resource type image. Once Cloudinary uploads the image, it returns a result object, right? A result object. From that, we only need the secure URL. We only care about the secure URL. So each media file becomes an object inside that array. Then we do the same thing, right? So like if you understand this one, so this is the URL. So inside post model, we have the media field. Inside media field, which is array, and we have our object. So inside the object we have two fields, URL and type. That's why guys I'm doing here, right? Then I push this thing inside media upload. Alright, so yeah, this is first the result and this is the type, and this type, yeah, this is the type, this is type, and the same thing for video. Right, the rest of the logic is identical. So now, but if you look at just we make it the resource type change and the video folder name change, but everything is same like images. And now about tags. Sometimes tag come as a single string, other times as an array. So if type of tag is equal to string, I split them by commas, string extra space, like yeah, comma, and then map through. And here if you look at a trim, and then filter out empty values, right? Filter out empty values. After all that setup, yeah, but if you look at otherwise I just parse them directly as an array. That gives me a clean array of tags called parse tag, right? So this is the first if else. If tags is equal to string, then do this stuff. Otherwise, just if array is there, just assign this tag inside parse. Right? After all that setup, we are ready to create the new post. So I call new post, right? So this is the keyword and this is the post model, and the way we structure, now we are doing this, right? And this is the user, this is the media caption tags, right? And then we have to save it, so which actually writes it to MongoDB. So this one save this. So this is we create in memory, but this line save it in MongoDB. So now MongoDB understand this one, otherwise not. If you do this way, so you just do it in memory. But yeah, so we use save method, and once the post is created, you also update the user post list. We have a field upload post, right? So you call find by ID and update. So at once it's gonna find and update, right? This is the user ID, and then we push this new post ID inside this field. And finally, we return a success response with status code 201 and a JSON object containing success, message, and post. If anything goes wrong in this process, we catch the error, we log it, we return a 500 response with success, false, message, and error. And that's the flow of our create post controller, from validation to uploading files to Cloudinary, saving to MongoDB, and linking the post back to the users. Now let's talk about the next controller, get all posts. The get all posts, the main purpose of this function is simple: to fetch all posts from our database. So inside try block, the first piece of logic handle pagination. Now pagination here is totally optional. If you wanna use it, keep this block of code. If you don't need pagination, you can remove it. It won't affect the rest of the logic, right? It won't affect. So next, right? And it really depends on how your front end sends the data. If it includes page number or limits, this code will handle it perfectly. Next, we use find method. This is the post collection and this is a find method. This fetch all the documents from post collection, and there is no filter, no condition here. We are simply retrieving everything, but we don't want random order. Right? So we sort it using sort, and this is create at -1, which means we get the newest post first, descending order by time. Then we use skip and limit for pagination. Again, these two are only relevant if you are implementing pagination on the front end. After fetching, we use populate. Which is one of the most powerful features of Mongoose. Without populate, you only get IDs for nested documents, but with populate, you can fetch the actual reference data. So we first populate user. So the path is user, select full name, profile image, and then another nested document is comments. So we care about only text, user, and create add. So we have nested users, that's we use nested populate. This is a user, and we care about only file name and profile image, and then the post data itself. So here we only care about media, caption, tags, likes, comment counts, views, and create add, right? So, and then we use len, which convert the result into a plain JavaScript object, faster to process and send as JSON. After that, we calculate the total number of post document using post.counts document, which help us send back pagination details such as total number, total items, current page, and total page. Finally, if everything runs smoothly, we return 200 response with a JSON object containing success true, total, current page, total pages, and we use math and total divided by limit, and then post. If something goes wrong, we catch the error, we log it for debugging purpose, and we return a 500 response with a failure message, something like this one, failed to fetch post. So this is the simple one, get all posts, right? So now let's talk about our next controller, get post by ID. The purpose of this one is simple. We only care about fetching a specific post by its ID. This is useful whenever someone wants to open or view a single post page. or when we need that post for further action like comments or likes. So inside try block, the first things we do is grab that post ID from request.params. And notice this is the structuring, and this name depend on how you define your routes, right? So yeah, and then we are finding that post. I'm using find by ID. This is a post ID, and if it exists, then assign here. And we have the nested reference document. That's why we want actual data. So again, we are using populate for user, populate for comments, and then post itself, media caption tags like created, and then lean. And here I add a check. If post does not exist, we return 404 message post not found, and then response status code 200 and success, and then post. And if something goes wrong, we catch the error, log the error for debugging purpose, and then we send the response status code 400 JSON, the containing success, false message, right? So yeah, and that's it. And yeah, this is the get post by ID controller. I hope that makes sense so far. Alright, now let's understand the next controller, get user post. So inside try block, I first grab the user ID, the user we want to grab, right? So that's why, and then I just add a checkpoint. If user doesn't exist, we return 404 or 400 user ID is required. And here also I'm finding that particular user. So here I'm just checking, and yeah, so here just I'm using add checking, right? So but if you look at here also I'm checking that things, but if you don't need if you don't want this check, just pull them out. It doesn't matter at all. So it's depending on how you organize your code. Okay, so if I found the user, then just select that things. So I care about the full name, profile image, followers, and following, right? And yeah, so this follower or following also itself ID. But if you want the actual data, so you can use populate and then lean. So I convert the document into the simple plain JavaScript JSON object, and then I'm checking if user does not exist, we return 404 user not found, and then get post for that user. So here just I'm just I'm just fetching all the user related that particular user. Okay, all the post, I'm just fetching all the posts related to that users. So that's why this is a post, and we use find method, and this is the user field inside post, and this is the user ID. So I'm looking for all the posts, and if match, then populate user, full name, profile image, and then I sort them descending order. Descending order, it means newest first, and then I make it lean. And here just I create accounts. So user with count, this is a variable, and this is the object. So this is a user, and I'm here using split operator. So just keep the previous user, and then also the new two field. This is a new user, so followers length, and this is a user following length. So here I'm just counting follower count and following count, right? And here just I'm passing then I respond with status code 200 JSON object like users. So here we have two follower counts, and here we have post, right? So yeah, so inside we have the previous users, and then we have these two fields, right? And if something goes wrong, we handle in this catch block. So we first log, and then we send back to our front end, right? So this is the get user post, right? So like you can call the creator post, right? So here just we allow everybody, they can upload their photo images, so that's why. And now the toggle post like, let's understand the toggle post like, right? And yeah, because it's very toggle post like and toggle post save are same, right? So the idea is simple. When a user clicks the like button, we either add their like if they haven't liked the post yet, or remove it if they already have. Basically the same button performs both like and unlike, right? So inside try block, first we grab post ID. This is the post ID we want to like or unlike, and then Clerk ID from Clerk middleware, and then I check the post. If post does not exist, post not found. Similar for user, if user exists, it's okay, otherwise user not found. And here I'm checking, so this is the post collection, and there is a field likes. If anything inside likes, that means already like. So I'm using sum. So sum just return boolean, true or false. If match, return true. If not return false. So this is the like user ID from this like array, and this is the user ID. So if they are matched, that means this user ID already inside likes, which means that user already liked that post. So based on this variable boolean value, we want to add the user ID inside likes, or we want to pull them out. Yeah. So if it's true, that means run this block of code. Otherwise, it's gonna run this else block of code, right? So here you are. Let's say it's true. That means user already have ID inside that like array. So I have to pull that out. So that's what I did. And also in user collection we have this field like post. So I have to also pull that out. And otherwise, if it's false, that means user haven't liked it. So now we have to put their ID inside that likes field, right? So that's I'm using add to set operator. So it does only it's prevent a duplication if already exists. So it just skip, right? So yeah, so I just add into that likes and also inside like post, and then I also update that like counts field. So we have fields and we have length, and then we update that likes count. And yeah, and then we have to, because these are just in memory, but we have to save it. That's why we are using save, post save, and user save. So now both document get updated, and then we send the status code success true, like user ID and to the like and message, right? Because this based on this value we want to handle on our front end to show the icon or the state. That's we need this we need these things. And if something goes wrong, we'll handle here. So this is the toggle post, and it's same the toggle post save. This is another button, and here we are doing same things. First grab the post ID we want to save or unsave, and also the Clerk ID. And here similarly we are looking for that post ID. If exists, it's okay, otherwise so the message post not found. Similar for user, we are looking for user using Clerk ID. If exists, it's okay, otherwise so user not found. And then I'm also initiate the variable called is save. So I'm also checking if post ID already inside save post, then that means the user already saved that post, so it becomes true. And based on this boolean value, I'm just adding the post ID inside, and then also and I pull them out, right? And yeah, if it's true, that means filter. So here I'm using filter. So filter return a new array. If the condition match, keep it. If does not, that means remove. So if that ID inside the save and the post ID, if they are not match, that means it's become true. So keep it, right? So basically it just pull that ID out, right, from that array. Otherwise push that ID inside save post. That's it. And then we have to save the user ID, user collection, and just return. And we need these things. And yeah, that's it. Inside catch block, just we handle the catch, the error, and respond. And the next one is increment post view count. So here the cool part, it's depend on how you want to track the view count, right? So for our case, we want to track the only login users. You can track if somebody visit your profile, you can increase their account. But in our case, we don't. Yeah, we can do it, but yeah. So this is the post ID, the post we want to visit, so we can increase that particular post. And then the Clerk ID, same. And we are looking for the user. If does not exist, we return user not found, and also post. If post does not exist, we return post not found. And also we check similar things. Has viewed using some, and we have viewed by inside post collection, right? So yeah, if they are matched, that means that particular user already viewed that post. So based on this, we are adding and we are removing. So, and if exist, then so view already count for this user, and then return this view. And we also have to and then also we have to increment the views by 1, and also we have to put that user ID inside viewed by, and then we have to save, and then we return this success message view, and inside catch block we just catch it. And now the update post, let's talk about it. So here also I am grabbing the particular post ID, the post you want to update, and then the Clerk, and then the body. So here we have caption tags, and here we are looking for I'm looking for the particular user. If user exists, it's okay, otherwise is not found. Same for post. If post exists, okay, otherwise post not found. And I'm checking ownership. If the post I want to delete, if the post belongs to me, that means I'm the owner. So how can we check that? That's how we have inside post collection we have user field. So we are grabbing that ID, and we also grabbing the user ID. So if they are not equal, that means it's true. Run this block of code. Not authorized to update this post, or if become false, skip it. That means you are the owner, the post you want to delete. And then I'm just replace existing media if new files are uploaded. So you can add new images. So that's why these are coming from Multer. So request files images length if greater than 0, that means exists something. Or yeah, both are same, video and length. And then here I'm just deleting the previous one. So I'm just loop through, and this is the post media, and this is the media item. And delete from Cloudinary, this function accept two parameters. So I have to pass two arguments, the file URL and the resource type, and then I assign new media, and for same for images. Right, so this is the, I think I delete the new one, and this is a updation, like upload. So this is the new one, so this is the older one. I first have to delete, and then if something, yeah, and then it's work. So yes, you already talked about it before. So yeah, and then just update this post media with this new media. And for caption and tags, if caption, then update post caption, post document with the caption. And for tags also, I'm also checking if tags array, then update this, otherwise split and trim it, and then save that post and assigned update post, and then return success message and update. This is the catch block again. If something goes wrong, we handle here. And this is the last one inside push controller, that is delete post, right? And I think this is the most nested document we have, because if you delete the delete post, we have to delete all the reference, right? And yeah, so, and inside the try block, same things, we are grabbing the particular ID, the post we want to delete, and the Clerk ID. Same things, we are checking the user, we are checking the post, and also here we are checking the ownership. And then we start removing all the relationship, right? So the first, inside user collection, we have update post. So we use update many, right? And then we just pull out that particular post ID from upload post. And for like post, similar things, we just pull out that particular post ID from like post array. Similar for save post, we just pull out that particular post ID from the save post field, and then we delete all comment link with this post. So we are using, this is a, yeah, we are passing a field ID, and then this is a increment. Yeah, so I'm checking post comment include or not. So this is a in method. If does, then delete that particular comment, and then I have to delete the post media itself. So same things, we are calling delete from Cloudinary, and then we remove all the media from the particular post we are deleting, and then we have to delete post itself, and then this is the response. So this is the controller, post controller. So far, I hope that makes sense how each controller work particular in order to perform the particular action. Alright guys, now let's talk about our post route. So inside route, let's talk about the post route. So at the top, we import everything we need: Express, Multer, all the controller, and the middleware and the storage. Now, then I instance the Express router. So, and here router, and then this is the upload, and from Multer. Yeah, here I'm passing storage. So here you also can add limit as we did for our user. Okay, so here you also can add that limit. Okay, it's up to you guys. And then this is our first route, which is post method, right? So here, if you look at, I'm using upload.fields. This is multi-upload setup, meaning user can upload images and videos together in the same request. Inside fields, we define two objects, one for image, one for videos. And you can see, so user can upload up to 4 images and up to 1 video. Right? Pretty cool, right? So this is our first route, create post. And if you look at, you are using require auth because this is the private. Without login, you cannot access these things. And then the next one is get user post. That's get method. And remember, user ID is a dynamic parameter. So inside your controller, you'll grab it using request param.user_id. Right. So yeah, the way you define this dynamic ID, you have to grab from there. And the next one is get all post. It's a get method as well. Right. This is the get method. And the second one also get post by ID. This is the dynamic ID, and this is the get method. And these are public. Without login, you can access them. And then also toggle post like. This is a post. Right? So and this is a private. And these two also private. First one toggle safe, and we are using post, a put. Right? So if you look at here, I'm using post, here I'm using put. So it doesn't matter, but just keep consistent. So yeah, and so I think put and patch, put overwrite it, patch update one things, and then require auth increment view, and this is the another route for update post. And then this is a dynamic ID, this is a require auth, and this is a fields, image 1, image 5, and video 1, and this is for delete. So this way, and then we have to export, so we can use it in our app.js or our server.js, whatever it is. So right, so this way we define our routes, and we have to grab this. So when we access the this route, our front end, we have to keep remind this stuff, right? And here I want to so let's understand what is the difference between put and patch. Put replace the whole document. Patch updates just the specific field you want. So for updating caption or tags, always use patch, right? So yeah, put and patch. And now let's import this inside our app.js. So the purpose of app.js is as a main entry point of our backend, right? So here we are clean up all our logic. So we put our controller, route and other stuff. That's why here we just import all this stuff: Express, cookie parser, course, .env, right? So yeah, and so course stand for cross origin resource sharing, right? CORS. When your front end and back end are on different URL, like front end 5173, back end 5004. So browser block request by default. So course tells the browser, hey, this origin is safe, let it talk to me, right? And cookie parser helps you to read, write cookies. You only need this if you are storing auth token in cookies. But if you're using bearer token in header, it's not needed. You can still keep the import for flexibility. And this is the .env, allows you to use environment variable, right? Environment variable. Yeah, so you can access process.env, right? And this is .config, this line loads file so you can safely access all your environment variable. And here we import all the routes, and this line initialize the Express application, basically creates your backend engine that listen for incoming requests and sends response back. And when you deploy your app, your frontend will leave a different URL than your local one. So this part automatically, so this part I can switch. So this is the base URL, I make it false. So I'm using ternary operator. That means if it's false, so that means I'm in local. If it's true, that means I'm on Vercel. And then this line whitelist your frontend URL so it can talk to backend. Right? So because I put credential true, means it allows sending cookies or headers with token between frontend and backend. If you don't include quotes, your frontend request will fail with error. And then this is a webhook route setup. And this is where your backend listens for events sent from third-party service, like for our case, Clerk. Clerk will send a post request here whenever user is created, update, or delete. You process that event inside webhook middleware. And yeah, and keep remember it plays before Express.js because Clerk sends raw body data, and using Express.js to early can break that raw body. And this one is a JSON and cookie middleware. So Express.js tells Express to automatically parse incoming JSON request. Without requested body would be undefined. Right? Without it, requested body would be undefined. And then cookie parser helps read cookies if you are storing session data there. Right? So like if you're using tokens with headers like bearer token, cookie parser isn't strictly needed. You can safely remove it. Right? And then register all the route. So this is the user routes we will talk about. This is the post route we will talk about. So this is the base endpoint. API/user, API/post, and this one, these are I'm gonna talk about. And then we have to export because this one gonna be used in index.js, right? It's a cool because we want to keep clean. Yeah, this index.js, right? And yeah, this is the this is the main entry point of our backend, right? So yeah, this is our all the dependency. And yeah, this is .env from .env. This is the HTTP from Node.js, and then this is MongoDB, and this is the app, and this is the init socket from socket.js. And we just call so we can load, and then we call the MongoDB. And here, so here just we create a server, right? So yeah, so we are wrapping our Express app, right? Express app inside raw HTTP server. Normally you can just do app.listen, but we are using this approach because we want to integrate socket.io, which requires direct access to HTTP server instance. That's why we are doing here. And then we initialize socket.io. We initialize and attach it to our HTTP server. That way both Express and socket.io share the same server, meaning API route and WebSocket events run on the same port. You don't need to open multiple server for chat or notification, right? So and here we define and start the server. So we set up a port number 5004, and then we just listen, server listen, start the server and begins accepting requests. and this is a callback. This is a callback, just log that backend is up and running, right? So if you run, so we are right now we are in local. So yeah, now if you save, and now you can see this is the server running on port 500. So if I change the message here, let's say the server running on port, let's say port 1, or let's say on backend, so you can see the message update. And here you go, server running on backend port 5004, right? And connect to MongoDB, right? So yeah, now I hope that makes sense so far. We understand our app.js and index.js. So I hope that makes sense and it clears to you. In this video, I'm gonna walk you through the rest of my controller. So let's dive in. So I open up my VS Code, and now let's understand first comment controller. So I just zoom a little bit. Yeah, I hope that, yeah, you can see this. So at the top, at the very top, I just import all the models like post, comment, and user. So first controller is add comment to post. So where user can uh, send or text on the particular post. So what we can do first, we have to grab that particular post ID. So yeah, so that post ID is coming from request.parents, right? And then text from body, and then Clerk ID from Clerk middleware, right? And now I'm just check just I add validation. If so, because text is mandatory, we have to pass text. If you don't pass text, you can see this message, comment text is required. Then, and I'm just looking for that particular post. So I just pass that post ID, and I use find by post ID, find by ID, and inside that post collection, if it exists, then I just assign here, or if does not, then post not found. Yeah, 404 status code response post not found. And similarly for user, so I'm also looking for here that user. So I'm just pass Clerk ID, and then I'm use find one. So if user exists, then it's okay. Otherwise, so this response user not found. And then after doing these things here, just I am creating new instance. So the comment, this is a collection, and this is a create. So I'm creating a new instance, a new document inside memory, right? So until I save it, just you can this gonna stay in memory. So this is the text, user, post, and parent comment, right? This is the top level comment. And yeah, so I think like we have to match our comment model schema, right? So yeah, so we have text, user, post, and parent comment. First text from body, this user from, and yeah, so yeah, we pass the Clerk ID, and then we assign user, and then post. This is a post, and this is a user. So that's why we have ID user dot underscore ID, post dot underscore ID, right? And then we have to update the next reference inside a comment collection, right? That's why I push the new comment ID inside comments field. So comments is an array, and inside post collection, and also in post collection we have also comments counts. So here just I'm updating, and then we have to say post, right? And then here you can see the populate comment with user data before recording. So here I'm just populate the user data. So we have new comment, okay, new comment, and then user full name, and I'm just assign inside populate comment, and then respond to frontend. So this is a 2.0 on, and this is a JSON success true message and comment populate comment. And if something goes wrong, we can handle here, right? This is the basic add to comment controller. And now let's understand get post comments, right? So first I have to grab that particular post. So that's why from a request params I'm just grabbing, and then here I'm looking for that particular post. So I'm using find by ID, and if post exists, it's okay, otherwise return this 404 status code post not found. And then here I'm just I'm just fetching the top level comment for the particular post. This is a top level comment, right? So I'm just find that particular comment. So this is a post ID and this is the parent comment now, and these are value I want to fetch. So this is the user. We have nested user reference, so that's why you want to fetch actual data. That's why here I'm doing. So this is the full name and profile image, and then we want to sort that out with a descending order, which means newest first. And this is for each top level comments, right? And yeah, so I want to fetch its reply. So top level comment have nested might be nested reply. So if they are exist, so here I'm just I am fetching them, right? So this is the comments with replies, and I'm using promiseal. So promiseal does simultaneously, okay, at once, and we have the array. That's why I just map through and comment, and then inside comment collection we have parent comment field, and then this is the comment ID, right? And then I just care about the actual user data. So that's why I use populate, and also here I care about the oldest one. That's why I put 1. So this is the ascending order. If you put -1, which means it should be descending order, right? So but here it's a ascending order, which means oldest reply first for and then I return the here I'm using split operator, so which means keep the previous data and also add a new one, right? And then I send the response with 200 status code. So message like success true, total comments, and the length and the comments itself, right? You can put a message as well, right? So guys, up to you. Just use all the things the way you want to fetch, right? And if something goes wrong, here I'm just catching. First I log them out and for debugging purpose, and then I send the response 500 message failed to fetch comment, right? And the next controller is update comment. So yeah, pretty much every platform allow us to update our comment, because maybe you want to add something on existing. So yeah, so first we have to grab that particular comment ID from request params, and then text, and then Clerk ID. And here I'm also checking comment text is required, and then here I'm looking for the particular user. So with help of Clerk ID and find on, and if user does not exist, return this 404 status code user not found. And here I'm looking for that particular comment. So with help of comment ID, and if comment exists, it's okay, otherwise return this 404 comment not found. And in this block of code, I'm just checking the ownership. So inside comment collection we have user. So this is the user ID, and this is the user we get using Clerk. So if they are not equal, which means you are not the one who belong this post. so you can't update. But if you are the owner, then you can do the action. So that's why I just update text, and then I save the document, and that particular document I assign here update comment, and then I populate the nested user data, user full name, profile image, and then populate comment, and then I send back a response to frontend with success true, message, and comment. And if something goes wrong, we can handle here same things. And then delete comment, same things. The particular comment, we have to grab that ID, and then we have to do the action. So here first I grab the comment ID and then Clerk ID, and I'm looking for that particular user using Clerk ID. And if user doesn't exist, we show this message. And also I'm looking for that particular comment. If comment doesn't exist, we return this comment not found message. And same as similar authorization, that means you are the one who belong this comment. If you teach, then you are good to go and you can do the action. But if you're not, then you can't do. So you can see this message, not authorized to delete this comment. And if we have nested reply, decrement parents reply count. So this block of code do these things. So first, this is the parent comment ID field inside comment collection, and then if it exists, then just decrement replies count. So I just inside comment, I'm using find by ID and update, and then this is a field, and if it exists, then just decrement. So yeah, so this is INC operator, right? And then update post comment count. So I'm looking for that particular post inside comment, because we have that post field, and if post exists, then here I'm using filter. So, and if this IDs, comment ID and comment ID does not match, which means it's become false. False means remove it. And if the condition match, that means true, keep it, because filter return a new array, right? And then in this line, this is the comment count, and we are using math module. So yeah, so we want to just max must be 0, right? So that's why another is 1, then -1, and then save the post, and then delete that comment itself, and response this message, comment deleted successfully. If something goes wrong, we can handle inside cat block, right? Yeah, that's it. And then another controller is reply to comment, right? Similar things, we have to grab the comment ID, the text, and the Clerk ID. Then here we just verify, and then here we are looking for the particular comment. If comment does not exist, we return this response with beautiful message, parent comment not found. Similar for post, if post does not exist, then post not found. And here just find that particular user, right? If user exists, it's okay, otherwise show this message. And then here I'm just creating the instance. So that the 4 things: text, user, post. If you look at here, this is the reference, that's why we have to use the parent comment ID, right? If it is top level, you don't need to, right? But here we need, that's why I'm passing here. And then update the reference things. So here just update the reply counts, and also here the comment counts, and then I populate the actual user data, and then just response to the front end. And if something goes wrong, here just handle. Here I'm just handling. And the last one is toggle comment. it's similar like the way we did for likes, save post, save post, or maybe follow post, right? Follow user or unfollow user, right? Similar things. Toggle means one button can perform both, right? So first I grab here the comment ID and then Clerk ID, and I'm looking for a user. If user that does not exist, then show this message. And here also I'm looking for the particular comment. If comment exists, then I only care about two fields, likes and likes count. If comment does not exist, so comment not found. And here I'm checking user already. So if user ID exists, then user ID is string. So yeah, so like yeah, like you don't need to do this way, but you can do like constantly, right? So right, yeah, so directly you can handle here, because some just return boolean value. But yeah, I just add this one. So yeah, if the likes ID inside comment field, inside comment collection, we have a likes field. If likes ID is equal to the user ID, that means you already like that comment. So here just I'm doing this stuff. Like guys, if you can copy our previous code like the way we did for post likes, but here I'm just doing a different way, right? So you can understand a lot of ways is out there to do it. So yeah, but just yeah, this is the thing. So here I'm using ternary operator. If has like true, this one gonna implement. Otherwise this one. So if let's say if has like, that means just remove it. That means that particular user already liked that comment. So pull that comment ID from pull that user ID from that comment. So yeah, that the things we use pull, and this is the likes field, and this is the likes count. So we have to pull the user ID from likes field, and then also we have to decrease the likes count. But if it's false, that means no user ID inside. So just put on the particular user ID inside. So that's why we use add to set. And I'm saying like you already talk about add to set does prevent the duplication, right? So yeah, you prevent duplication. And yeah, so you put user ID inside likes and then increment likes count. And here also after doing it, I'm just find that particular comment again. So comment ID and then update. So new true, and then I care about only likes count, and then respond to frontend. So success message, like it's a boolean flag, and then user ID, and then likes count. If something goes wrong, then we handle here, right? So these are comment controller. I hope that makes sense so far, because we already talk about a lot user controller, push controller. So you get the idea, right? Because just the same things we are doing again and again. That's why in this controller I just speed up my explanation, right? I hope guys that makes sense. Okay, all right, now let's understand comment routes. So where we can define our routes or endpoint, right? You can call endpoint. So first we import Express, and then the middleware from Clerk, right? And all the controller. So here just I instance the route. So I'm using express.router, right? And then I just define all the endpoint. So first is add to comment endpoint. So router post, this is the post method, and comment / dynamic post ID. And remember, I am saying again, so the way you put this dynamic name, right, you have to grab that particular dynamic ID name inside controller. So we did there, right? So if you write ID, so you can only grab ID, and then this is the private route. So yeah, so we need require what, and then all the not video here. I think, guys, I put not video post. It's gonna be post. It's gonna be post, not video. Okay, here you go. So then I just fetch all the comment. This is the get post comment, and like this. So this is the get method, and then update comment. So we are using patch. So yeah, previously I talked about patch, just update that particular like field. But if you use put can overwrite in the document. So yeah, so this is the comment ID, and it's also private, right? And this is the patch method, and then delete comment owner only. So also this is the dynamic ID, comment ID, and then delete comment, and this is also a private. And then reply, same. This is a post. This one is delete method, and this one is post method. This is a reply to comment, and this is also private. So reply / dynamic comment ID, and then another one patch, like or unlike comment, right? So these are comment routes, right? And yeah, these are comment route, and now we have to import this comment route inside our app.js. So here we import the comment router, and then we call here, right? This is our base endpoint /API/comments, right? And yeah, and so like we already discussed this entire app.js, so I think you know how it works. And just we import here, and now when our when our backend mounts, so yeah, it will run, right? And yeah, I hope that makes sense. So today I walk you through message controller and search controller. So let's understand first message controller. So at the top, I import all the dependency, first user model, then message model, and then upload Cloudinary is a helper function, and get receiver socket ID and IO from socket.js. So yeah, I'll explain to you this this file. Don't worry. First, let's understand these two things. So first controller is get user for sidebar. So the idea is behind we can fetch all the user, okay, as in sidebar, like on our front end. So we can select particular user, and then we can chat with particular that user, right? So first I grab the Clerk ID, and then I'm just looking for that particular user. So if user exists, it's okay. Otherwise, return this user not found message. And then I'm also looking for that particular filter user, right? So this is the filter users. So here not include this user, okay, and like the password, okay, except password I grab all the stuff. So and if user ID, that means me, right? This is a user ID. So current user ID cannot see themselves, right? That's why, except let's say I am login, so I cannot see myself. That's why this is a MongoDB not equal to operator. And then just response all the users. And if something goes wrong, then we handle inside catch block. Just it's a basic get user for sidebar. And then get message, all the message. So yeah, and first I just grab that particular. First I just grab Clerk ID, and then the ID, the user to chat Clerk ID from request params, right? The ID, the user I want to chat with, right? So yeah, and also I just put a good name, user to chat clerk ID, right? And then I'm just looking for a user with clerk ID. So if user exists, it's okay, otherwise user not found, right? And then also I'm looking for that particular user I want to chat with. So if exists, it's okay, otherwise receiver not found. And then I'm just looking for the messages between two users. Let's say I'm the current one and I'm chatting with the user A. So between us, all the messages we are looking for. That's why this is the message. This is the message collection, and I find, and this is the var, either sender ID or so. Yeah, sender ID here, just user ID, and then receiver ID. So this is the user to chat ID, and then sender again. This one user to chat ID, and then receiver user ID. So if you look at again our model, just we have this basic thing: sender ID, receiver ID, text, media, and that's it, right? So here I'm just this is sender ID, this is sender ID, but this sender ID is user ID, and this sender ID is user to chat ID. And then just I sort it out. This is the ascending order, and then I respond all the message. So if something goes wrong, then inside catch block we handle, right? So this is the get message, and this one it's very tricky. But before doing anything, so let's understand first our socket IO, because here we are going to use this one. So first understand socket IO. So inside config folder we have socket.js, right? So if you don't know what a WebSocket is, just imagine this. Normally, when the frontend wants data from the backend, it sends a request and waits for a response, like one time or like one time conversation. But WebSocket changes that. It creates a persistent handshake between the client and the server, meaning once they shake hands, they stay connected. So whenever something happens on server, like a new message, notification, or user activity, it can instantly push updates to the client without waiting for another request. That's what makes things like live chat, typing in indicator, and notification work in real time. So let's set up everything. At the top, I import the server class from socket.io, right? So this class help us create a socket.io server that runs on top of our existing HTTP server, so it can share the same port as our Express app. And we then create a few important reference. This is the IO, the main socket.io instance that represents our real-time server. Then user socket map, an in-memory object that maps each user ID to their socket.io. So we always know who's online and which connection belongs to whom, right? And then we define a function called initSocket, right? This function takes the existing HTTP server as input and wraps it with socket.io, right? This is the socket.io. And right, so inside the function, socket.io starts listening for new connection from client. This is the client. So when you deploy our app, we have to put the Vercel. So yeah, when you are going to deploy, then we can push the Vercel here, right? And then this logic, this block of code, like every time a client connects, this block runs. Every time a client connects, this block runs, right? So here what happens when a client connects, it sends user ID in the handshake query, this is the handshake query. When, and yeah, so this is a console log. Just we can know. And the server extract the user ID. The user ID and maps it to the client's unique socket ID, right? So if user ID exists, then map, right? And then we instantly broadcast. This is the io.emit. So we broadcast the list of online users to everyone using io.emit. This means every connected client gets the latest list of online users in real time. And this block handling disconnection. When a client disconnect, maybe they close the tab or lost internet, we clean things up, right? So when someone leaves their socket ID, so their socket ID is removed from the map, right? So we use delete, and everyone else instantly gets the update list. That's why we broadcast again, right? And then this is a helper function, I think, and this is super useful when we want to send a private event. For example, if a user sends a message to user B, we can find B's socket ID and emit the event only to them, right? That's why inside our message we are going to use this one, and then export the IO instance. Finally, we export IO instance, so other part of our app can emit events too, right? And then we are going to use, so I think, yeah, this one we're going to use here to listen, to connect between other users, right? So yeah, this is the controller. Okay, so first we grab the receiver ID. Okay, the person you want to send the message, right? And this is the body, and this is the sender Clerk. That means, let's say I want to send a message of user B. So sender means, yeah, sender Clerk ID means me. So yeah, it's coming from Clerk middleware. And then I'm looking for the sender and also receiver. If sender or receiver doesn't exist, user not found. Just so. And if sender send the media, so here we just initialize media upload, so we can handle here. So yeah, we already talked about a lot this images and video. So these two things are, yeah, so this is coming from Multer, and then if it exists, just look through and upload, right? And then we care only result secure URL and type image. For video, it's same, nothing new. And then this is the instance. So message create, and it's a sender ID from sender, and the receiver ID from receiver ID. Text media, right? And then this is a real-time chat. So without waiting or refreshing, we can get message instantly, right? That's why this is a real-time delivery. And this is coming from the socket IO. So first it receives receiver ID, receiver Clerk ID, right? And this is the receiver Clerk ID from Frontend, right? And then if it exists, then .io call IO and emit new message, and then send the new message, this one, right? And also response new message. If something goes wrong, catch here, right? So this is a message controller. Let's understand its route. So message route, it's very simple. Just we import Express, Multer, and controller, then storage, and also the middleware. And here we just initiate like instance our router, and then also upload. Even you can limit the file handling, the file size, right? So this is our first router, like route. This is get method, and this is the private get user for sidebar, and this is on for also get message, and here we are using dynamic ID. It's also get method, and then the push, and this one also private. So yeah, ID and the require auth upload. We are using fields because we care 5. Yeah, at least we can send 5, right? Here we have to 5 or more than 5. Yeah, it's up to you, like how many file you're going to allow. So yeah, and then we export the router, and we have to connect. We have to import inside app.js. So that's why this is the message routes import, and here we just register, right? So this is our base message slash API slash messages, right? And now just we have only one router, a controller, that is search. So you can put this search inside post, but I just did separately. So at the top we just import user and post model, and this is the search controller. So this is the query. Again, whatever query we get from frontend, just we grab here, and then just we just initialize 2 things, users and posts, because on our app we want to show, maybe you start something, and so we show 2 things, user and post. That's why we just initialize as an empty array. And here just I'm checking query, and query is not empty, then looking for users. So this is the regex and query option, case insensitive, right? And then also email. So you can search for full name, for email, and then here you only we don't have this field like full name, profile image, and followers, and then just we limit 10 documents, right? So this is for users, and then post, same case, caption, tags, right? And query, this is a case insensitive, right? So I think, yeah, like somebody can search on caps, somebody can search on small. So yeah, so that's what we just did, like case insensitive. And then also it's a fallback. That means if your query does not match, so we can show as a default something. So that's why if users not there, and if user length 0 and post length 0, then show this one. So we just look for post and full name, profile image, and just we sort the newest. Okay, this is a descending order, and limit 5. You can put a 10, and also here like in top users and followers as a descending. Okay, and then limit 5, and select file name, profile image, and followers, and then we just respond this way, no direct match found, showing newest and top creator. And then fallback true, users, top users, post, fallback post. Alright, and this is the final response. Message, result found, fallback, false, users, and post. If something goes wrong, here we can handle, right? So this is a search controller, and now let's understand route. So we have only one route, and yeah, express and search, and then we initialize and search. Yeah, if you want to maintain it, you can handle this here, but in real life you add a lot of edge case, a lot of routes, right? That's why you have to put separately. So that's why I practice. So yeah, I just follow the good practice. and then you have to import here. So this is the search route, and here this is the search. Yeah, we register here. So base API search, right? So far we complete our entire backend, and I think guys, if you want to test it out, you can use maybe Postman or Thunder Client from VS Code, right? But yeah, so I already tried them out, so I know it's gonna work. But I want you guys, if you want to try them out, you can try. But just remember, because we are using Multer, we are using Clerk middleware. So without Clerk a token, you cannot test them out, right? But just for testing purpose, you can just remove this, and you can put a manual data, or then or if you already work on Clerk, then you know how to grab that Clerk ID from Frontend, then you can test them out, right? So yeah, so let's uh, finish this video, and because I think we understand every controller, every routes, or every config file. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the front-end logic of our project. So let's dive right in. For the front end, we are using Tailwind CSS for styling and Redux Toolkit for state management. Now, before we start coding, let's set everything up properly, right? So first, let's set up our app layout and Redux Toolkit structure, right? So as you can see, I'm inside source folder. So we have app folder, component, Redux, right? So, and if you want to see our UI, so this is our UI, okay? And I think you watch the introduction of our UI. So we are going to achieve it. So if you want to keep your UI white, because I like to keep a black theme, so that's why. But it's up to you. You can design, right? So just this is our app layout, okay? The way you want to structure your app. So first, inside app we have app.js, app auth layout, app main layout, app routes, and protected routes. So we separately create all the logic, right? So yeah, because when you work on a bigger project, so you have to keep everything separate, right? So yeah, that the things I just follow. So this is the app. This is your second main entry point of your app, right? So I think we don't need this 3 button because we already use, okay? And then this is your main.js, right? And this is your entry point of your front end. And if you look at here, we import a lot of things, right? And so we are using Clerk. So just we wrap our app with Clerk provider, and then also we are using Redux, so you have to wrap as well. So you also wrap provider, which is coming from React Redux, and then app, right? So you import create root from a React DOM client, then provider from Redux, a React Redux, then Clerk provider from Clerk React, and then store from the store, and then app from that app, and import index.css. And this is the publishable key from Clerk. If you don't have, so if you look at my environment very well, so I already have. But if you don't have any case, so you can go to Clerk. If you don't have account, create one, right? So you can see this overview. So just this is your project name, okay? Just you have to click on it, and then you can see configure, and click again. Then you can see, just scroll down, this is the developer section. You can click on API keys, and you have to select your framework. So in our case we are using React. Choose the React, and this is the this is the Vite Clerk publishable key, right? And yeah, and even you can, right, and then just you have to paste inside environment variable like this, right? So and yeah, so this is the main that are the things we just wrap up, and then we are just passing as a props publishable key, because this is the recommendation from Clerk. Or if you want to read any document from Clerk, you can do so, right? This is the organization and overview, so you can read the docs, explore Clerk UI component. So if you click on it, so you will redirect to the UI, so you can search any component, right? So yeah, and yeah, so this is the main.js, and this is our index.js, right? So we already set up our Tailwind CSS, and this is the Tailwind CSS setup, right? And inside Redux we handle all the logic, right? So we have API folder, we have slice, we have API URL, we have socket IO, we have store. So let's understand first this API URL, right? So this is our main URL, right? And here just here I'm using a variable called useLocal, because because if you work simultaneously Frontend, localhost as well as production, right? That's why you have to switch. So I'm using ternary operator. So when it's false, that means I'm inside production development. But when it's true, I'm in production, right? And then I export this API base URL with this base domain slash API, right? Because let's go to our backend, then we can see again. This is our and also in backend also we are doing same things. So right now it false, that means I'm inside localhost, that means product development. So yeah, this is our base URL, right? This is our API, and then based on your who you dealing with, and so we are dealing with this route, so that's why API slice then you have to put here, right? And yeah, that is the things. Then here just we export base domain and slice API, and then we just we just grabbing this URL inside API. So yeah, don't worry, I'm going to explain it, one by one. All right, so this is the API and this is the slice. So inside slice we are handling all the thunk function and reducers, right? And then this is the socket IO, because we are going to implement the real time chats, so that's what we have to do here. And then this is the stores, this is the global store where you can import our reducers, right? So yeah, this way. And then after set up our all the things, then we have to structure our app, right? So this is the app, and we have these two layout, what layout and main layout. And this is the what layout, which means, so right now if you look at our app, so only you can see sidebar, and this is called main layout, right? So inside main layout we want to show all the URL except login and sign up, right? So yeah, so you can show if you look at sign out, and here you go, so now you are in login, right? So this is the what layout. Even you can and this is a sign up, right? So this is the this is called what layout. Let's just sign in again. So so this is the our main layout, right? So that is the things. And so like we just did app auth layout. So this is a div, right? And then this is the main layer, like this is the main. So which means we are using outlet from React router DOM. So outlet is a placeholder for a nested route. So inside here, so I will just put a comment. So which is inside you only see login and sign up, right? So yeah, that are the things. And if you look at our style, just we are using BG Gray 900 because I told you that we are going to implement the black theme. If you want to create a white, so you can change this background, and it's up to you. And just nothing. And we are using flex atom center and just your center. I think guys you know the CSS, so I'm not going to spend more time on explaining CSS, but just I'm just explaining the structure. So this is the app auth layout, and this is the app main layout. This one we have sidebar, we have all the pages, and right now you can do this way, right? And we have beautiful tooltip, right? Yeah. So this is our app main layout. So we import all the dependency first, use state from React, then outlet navigate, and then sign in, sign out. So these two are coming from Clerk React, right? So as I told you, if you want to understand the Clerk component, so just check out their UI documentation, and then also sidebar. So these two are like this one. If you click this icon, so you can see, right? And here you go, right? And here just this is a local state to handling the sidebar toggle menu. And then this is the UI. This is the first div, which is a container of that UI, and this is a second div, and this is so it's a flex column, and main height screen, and then background this text overflow hidden, and then this is a div flex one, and then just import sidebar, and then I'm passing two props. First is sidebar open. This is a boolean value, and this one also is sidebar open, right? So and if you look at when we sign, so main content, so sign in, that means you already signed in, and so this main content, and all the like main content path will be rendered here. Otherwise if you are sign out, then just navigate to login. So right this way. So if you sign out, you cannot see here. You will be redirected to the login page, right? So that is the things. And here just we export a default, right? So this is the app main layout. And then let's understand protected route. So I think this component will be used for many cases. Let's say you want to allow like login user particular page particular features. So you can do this way, but here just I do simple things. Okay, so you can extend as complex as nested you want, right? It's up to you how you design. So just here basically we import use selector and then navigate, and then we export default function protected route, and just we are receiving children as a props, right? And this is the state, okay, from global store, and just we are destructuring current auth user. So based on it, we want to redirect the user. if you are not login users, so it redirect to home page. Or if you are login user, then you can see all the children, right? This is the protected route. And then we have app route. So here we are just handling all the routes, right? So you can see we import all the stuff, like app auth layout, app main layout, protected route, right? And these routes and route, right? And then we structure. This is the routes. So this is our container. Okay, so this route is site, the nested route, and this route accept JX element, right? Not component, JX element. So this is the app layout, and we have nested. So that's how we have two: route sign up path, route login path, and then these are two component, right? And just if you look at this sign up component, just we have the basic things, right? Because we are using Clerk button, so that's why we are importing sign up button and user button, and also use navigate. So here I'm just checking. So I'm just destructuring the sign in logic. This is a built-in from Clerk, and then I just call the use navigate. Here I'm checking if sign is there, that means redirect to home page, right? So let's see if you visit again this page, or if you are login, if you are signing or login, whatever you call, so it redirect to you the home page. And then when you sign up, it redirect to you login page, right? Otherwise it's home page. That's why sign in URL and after sign up here, right? And yeah, so like this is very I think you guys confused. Let me clear to you. So if you click on this pair, here, let's say so if you click right now, if you click sign up, then you are redirect to login sign up page. If you click again sign in, then you are redirect to login page, right? This way. So yeah, so Clerk allows us to do it if you do this way, right? Yeah, but if after signing off or login, so here if you sign off, then you will be redirect to home page, right? Yeah, this is the sign off. And then similar to for login, also we grab sign in and then use user from Clerk, and I'm also checking sign in. If it is, then navigate to home page. Otherwise after login or sign in, then just navigate to home page, or here just if you click that icon or that link, you will be redirect to sign up page, and then export default login. I hope guys it's clear to you. Just basic, just I'm using like Clerk component, right? And then here you have to import, right? So and now this app auth layout is ready, right? And as you and then inside app main layout we have the public route, and these are protected route. Okay, so when you work on it, we come to this page and we explain one by one, right? So this is the app route, and we have this app, right? So inside app we just import the use dispatch, the browser router, right? And then app route. From that app route, all the route path, and toast container, because you want to show the message, right, as a notification. And then fetch current user, and then use auth from Clerk, right? So fetch current auth user, which means like when our app mounts, so instantly we want to access that current user, because a lot of our logic based on this current user. So let's say you want to show some UI, and if let's say it delay a few seconds, then maybe you can get some unexpected behavior, right? That's why we call a fetch current user again inside the app.js, right? So and also, right, so we are using Clerk. So so right now I'm not using a cookie. Okay, so you can handle on it, but Clerk suggests to use bearer token, right? So otherwise you can get the unauthenticated error. So that's why every logic, like every route or every endpoint, we have to pass token, and we can grab token from Clerk. So this is the use auth from this Clerk. Okay, and then here just we define the function and we call the dispatch, and we just grab two things: get token and isLoad as a destructuring. And then this is a use effect. So like inside use effect, okay, so you cannot use try and wait, but that's why we have to define again the another async function this way. So and then if it is not loaded, return nothing, and if it's loaded, then inside try block just grab the token. So it takes time, and then call the fetch current user with token. Otherwise handle fail to get Clerk token, right? And then call again the fetch user, and when dispatch, when get token is load a change, run this use effect. And this is the browser router. So this is our main. Okay, so and then inside browser router we just wrap up app route and also toast container. So we just position top to right and auto close 3 seconds. You can put top left, bottom right, bottom left as you want. So let's understand the fetch current user, right? And because we already talked about it, and inside app URL Redux we have API, and inside user we have this current auth user, right? So we import the basic URL, the API base URL from URL app URL, right? So from here, and right, and then we just instance the Axios. So here you are using Axios. So if you don't want to use Axios, you can use fetch built-in from JavaScript, but Axios unlocks other features. So that's why people love using Axios. So just we instance the create, and we pass the base URL and the with credential true, which means if you don't pass this on, so when you send the header, like including token, maybe cookies, you get the course error or security related error. Okay, after doing it, then we are calling our endpoint, the current auth user, right? So let's back to our backend, so we can see our routes and user routes. Here we go, and this is a get current users, right? So you can see this is a get method /me, right? So this is the Frontend URL method get and then me. So you have to maintain, and this is a base URL, right? Users, then /with me, right? And then header you have to pass, because here if you look at, because this is this one is a protected. So if you are authenticated, then you can access it. So that's why we need token. So Clerk handle that token, and this is a header. So we are passing authorization bearer token, and this token is coming from here, right? So this is the current auth users, and then so this is the endpoint, but we have to handle the thunk logic. So let's go to our reducer. So inside slice we have user slice, right? And here you are. So we are importing create slice, and create async things. I think if you work on earlier, Redux Toolkit, so you know what does create slice and create async thing do. So and then we import API from user API, and these are time. So this is the fetch current what user, right? And so here we are passing two parameter or two argument. The first argument is the name convention. So inside, so it's action type. So inside Redux Toolkit dev tool, you can see this is action type. This is the action type name, user fetch current user, and second argument is a async function, right? And inside async function, we are passing token only, and this one for error handling. Inside try block, we just call the API. So this is coming from that API function and API, and then we passing token, and then whatever data we have, if the response is succeed, then we just assign here, and then we have to return that response. So we are doing this way, return response data, because Axios return a data, right? This data, and then inside catch block we handling here. So and also we put a console log so you can see what's going on, right? So this is a fetch current user. So far I hope that makes sense and that is clear to you, right? Because just we are just setting off our structure and flow, right? Then if you understand this flow, then we can build off our logic. All right, now let's understand the other user slice and user API. So if you look at this one, so we just console log current user. Let's go to our UI and so we have to just let's say we have to go login, and here you go. So we log in. Let's inspect and console log. Now you can see the current user. Now we have 4 current user because this is the current user, right? And that's how we are seeing the current user. We have also other console log, but here just focus current user. And then this is the array, and we have like bio, Clerk, cover image, created, all this stuff, right? Although we are not using bio or cover image, but if you want to bring the use case, so you can do that, right? But I want to show the other, like let's go to the yes, we have here so this is the age. So okay, first I have to log in again, and now if I console log here, inspect here, so we have React dev tool, right? So we have React dev tool and network application, and Redux dev tool, right? So let's make it full page. So this is the accent, right? So this is a fetch. So this is a pending, and then this is a fetch this is the fetch wall user pending, and then this is the fetch current user, this one, right? And then this is a fulfill. So now if you look at, we have the 4 data, right? So yeah, so from here you can also debug And it's very useful for debugging. If you use Redux, and then you can check the these are the action type, because here if you look at, we just name it user slash fetch count user, user slash fetch count user. This is a pending mode, this is a fulfill mode, right? And inside fulfill mode we have these 4 users, right? And yeah, so just if you're facing any error or any issue, just come here and check the things. And even you can also inspect, like you can record it, right? And yeah, you can record it and then you can play on it, right? So it is very useful for a developer. Okay, anyways, so just I'll show you, and now you can use it, right? So this is things like, yeah. And like, yeah, so I think when you like if you're using any maybe a Thunder API or Post API, so before doing it you already check them out. Okay, so based on your field, so you can show on UI, right? So once you understand, okay, I have this field, then you can show them, right? So yeah, this way I think a developer work. Okay, so this is the fetch count what user, and this is a fetch all user. So fetch all user means if you go to UI, so, and yeah, so this is also fetch all user, and we have this separate. So now inside our, like we have four user on our database, so we fetch all of them, right? So yeah, so in order to do that, and even you can style this UI as good as you want, right? So guys, it's up to you. You can make it beautiful. And so for that, this is the thunk API, right? This is a thunk function, and now, and this is the thunk endpoint, like this is the endpoint. And so it's a get method, and we have wall. Why? Because if you look, if you go to backend, so we define this way. Yeah, so get all user, right? And yeah, and then here, so we are fetching the data, so that's we are not passing anything, right? No, and even it is private, it's not private, it's a public, so we are not passing any token or anything. And also here console log. So if the request is successful, then we just assign here and then we return, right? And yeah, and then this is our initial like state. First is users, so all the users here I want to store, and then viewing user, current auth user, loading auth user loading, and I think we don't have this one, so remove, right? And then error. So and here just we are first handling. So like when fetch count user in pending mode, just we make auth user loading true, and then if get fulfill, if gets fulfill, then we assign entire payload inside current auth user. Or if any case it rejected, then just we assign the error payload inside error, and just make user loading false. For fetch all user case, similar things, just make loading true and error null. But if it gets fulfilled, right, so like yeah, then just make loading false and update users array with this action payload. For reject case, similar things, update the error state and make loading false, right? So this is the fetch all user. So if you debug, like if you see here, and then if you if you inspect, you can see, because we put a console log, so this is the users, right? and so we have 4 users, so that's why we only see 4, and the data, right? So yeah, and then we have toggle follow, right? So let's check first toggle follow API. This is the toggle follow API, right? And this is the toggle follow API. So we are using put. If you look at here, using put, and the route is like this: slash dynamic ID, then follow. So like this. So we are passing 2 things: user ID and token, because it's protected. So this is we are using backticks. So dollar user ID slash follow and then null, and because it's a toggle, that's why you are passing null, and then header authorization where a token, right? So this is a toggle follow, and let's go to our slice, and this is a toggle flow thunk function, and so this is the name, this is the asynchronous function, and we are passing 2 things: user ID and token. Just notice this is the object. So this name is matter, the way you pass the name, right? Because this is right, because if it's not object, so you can put any name, it doesn't matter, but here it matters. And then we also passing user token inside this toggle follow API, and if it's successful, then assign here and return this way. And then also we have to handle, so for pending case, loading true, error null. And here you are grabbing 2 things from action payload. First is user, second is following. This is a boolean flag, and this is the data, and this is the update global user list, right? So I'm checking inside users, right? So user, this, and we have the user array. So I'm checking inside the user array if the user ID and this user ID, if they're equal, so update this user inside these users, otherwise just make it u, right? This one, and then update viewed user if currently selected. So on like home page, if you look at a home page, so we want to update here. So this is me, I think. So we don't have any account, any video, but here we can follow other people, right? So let's here, so this is, and we can follow. Now here you go, like now it's following. So yeah, that is the things. So currently you can see, so with this block of code we are doing that updation. So instead, this is a field from our above, here this field as a null, and then if instead viewing user and instead viewing user ID is equal to this ID, if this expression true, then update this user inside viewing user, and then also update the current auth following field. So this is the current auth, and we have this following field inside current auth, and we are using sum. So sum return boolean value. So the following ID and this user ID, if they are equal, that's return true. So now this variable become true, and based on it, we can update, like we can update. So is following is, and this one is not true, right? That means it's become true. Then run this block of code. So when it's true, it's not true, right? That means it's become true. So just update, just push this user ID inside following ID, and else if following is false and it is true, that means this become true. So run this bulk of code. So inside following, just we have to remove. That means in this case just we are updating, and this one we're just removing the data from that array, right? So yeah, we handle like front end backend side, but for UI case we have to handle as well. So filter, like if so filter return new array, the match if the condition match, keep it, right? If the condition not match, remove it. So if following id is not equal to user id, if they are not match, remove it, right? Or if they are match, keep it, right? So the basically we just remove that user id from that following array. That's why we can see this updation instantly like this, right? Yeah. And then toggle flow, if it's not successful, then just make loading false and action then update error, and then just export that to clear error and reset reducer, and export default user slice reducer, and then we have to input inside our global store. So this is the reducer, and this is the combined reducer, and we import from slice user slice, and this is the user reducer, and then this is the name, and yeah, you have to grab this and user reducer. So once you do it, that means you can access the entire state, all the state. So all the state, so this state you can destructure in any field if you grab these users, right? So that's why if you look at app.js here, I think not app, okay, whatever, but we're grabbing that user. Okay, don't worry, I can explain to you, right? So yeah, this is the user slice, and you already covered the user slice and the user API. All right, so now I'm inside post slice, and this is the post API. So we have this endpoint. If you back to route or backend route, so this is the post route. All right, so this way we set up our post route. So this is our post endpoint. First it's a create, right? And we have slice create, right? And this is the API. So we import that API base URL from here, I think this one, right? And this is a post API, and also here you also instance Axios again, because this is a new file, and yeah, so because this is a new instance, then base URL post, because here we are dealing with post related endpoint, right? And make sure just put true with credentials, otherwise you will get maybe security related issue or course issue and etc, right? So first endpoint is create post, right? So if you this is the create, and yeah, this is our UI. Okay, so this is the create, and if you look at this is the create post, and yeah, so this is the UI. So you can select either image or video, and then caption, tag, and create post, right? So let's build, man. So first, this is the create, this is the route, and this is the form data, and make sure we have to pass token, right? We have to pass token because it's a protected route. This is a protected route, and we have to put these two names same, images, videos, otherwise Multer cannot communicate if you put different name on Frontend. So yeah, the way the name you put here, you have to put same name inside our component. Keep in mind, right? And content type Multer from data. I think if you don't put this on, Multer Access also can handle it, right? But yeah, and then authorization para token. This is a create post, right? And if you look at this reducer, then this is a reducer inside a post slice. So we import same things and also import post API and create post. This is the first argument is the name and second is the asynchronous function. And here we are passing two things, form data and token as object, and this is for error handling. And we are using await, it takes time. So this is the create post function, this API function, and here I'm passing two things, form data and token as an argument. And if it's successful, then I assign entire payload here, and then I'm returning this one response data. So particularly we only care about the post, right? So if you back to the backend and the controller, post controller, and so create post. So this is our response. If you can see, here you go. This is our response. So we not like here. Just we only care about this post field. That's why we are post slice this one. But if you don't, if you remove this post, so inside response data we can grab the entire response. But now I don't want that particular data, but I want this one. So that are the things we written this way. So this is the create post, and here I'm handling the error. Okay, so this is the create post API, or here a reducer, and then we have to first initialize our state. So this is the name, this is the initial state, and array like this is the object, current post null, user info null, post as an empty array, user post as empty array, loading, post loading, car post loading, and error. So this one for current post and this one for user info, right? And this is the post. So all the posts in our app, and this is a particular user post you can call creator, right? So all the user posts we can store inside array, right? So and these are clear error, reset error as a reducer, and these are extra reducer. So this is a create. It's very simple. If it is on pending mode, then just make loading true, update error. But if it is fulfilled, then update entire post, action payload, and token. Here we don't have token, but if you want to handle token, you can, but here we don't need that. So let's remove, but you can bring this use case as well. So you state post action payload, right? And then state a loading, right? Or I put this one. Okay, don't remove it, but so you can understand, you can do it, right? So I can comment some comment. You can use this one. You can use this one if you need. Otherwise remove. Right? So this is a comment, so you can understand. And it's loading false, and then create. It's update loading and error. So this is the create post, right? I hope that makes sense and you can understand. So we can use this state, and again we have to import here inside our store. So this is the post, this is the post s, and from here like slice. So once you do this, so when you grab this, so you can destructure all the state, this state you can destructure, right? You can grab this field, right? And this is the create post. Now let's talk about the next one. Post sliced and post API. So the next one is fetch all posts. This all post. Let's UI. So this is the wall post. Now we have only 2 posts. So this is the wall 2 posts, right? And yeah, so if you want to see the phone version, so you can see here what it's gonna look like in mobile version. Yeah, so I think this is the mobile version, so you can see this way, right? It's looking good. So you can change the color and the theme, right? And yeah, so this is the get method, and here you only passing token, and it's a header authorization bearer token. And if you look at the post route, so this one get this one get all posts. It's not a private, it's a public, so that's why we don't need fetch. Yeah, I think get all posts, fetch all posts. I think we don't need this token, but anyways I put it. But here, because it's a private, it's a public, but if you make it public private, then just you have to put this require what, then you need a token, otherwise you don't, right? Yeah. And then if you understand the fetch all post, this is the fetch all post. Just here I'm grabbing token, and then if it's successful, then I assign here, and then I return response data post, right? And this is the console log. You can put this console log, and you can check that data on your UI, on console log. Then based on your console log data, you can show them on UI, right? And this one for catch block. And then we have to handle the reducer. This is a fetch all post. So for pending case, post loading true, error null. For fulfill case, update that post array with the action payload, because now the action payload is all the posts, not other message or other data. So, and then post loading false. If it is rejected, then update error and post loading again. That is the fetch all posts, right? And the next one, we have the get post by ID. We need this on later, right? Get post by ID and get user post API and fetch current post, right? Now also we need this one, fetch current post and get post by ID. And this is a toggle, and this is a toggle safe, and this is the increment view, and this is the update post, and this is a delete post. So we have a lot of API. So let's understand one by one. This is the get post, and let's see, fetch post by ID. So this is our API, right? So here you go. Just I'm passing get post by ID. So this is a dynamic ID. This is a dynamic ID, and this also are not private. If you want to make it private, just make this require auth here. So it's up to you. And this is export. So post ID and token, we are passing 2 things. So and this is a get method, and this is a header bearer token. So I think if you follow same things, these are similar things. get user post API like this. This is the get user ID / post. Fetch current post, this is me. Alright, so yeah, you can call whatever you want. And then authorization bearer token, unlike same, it's like then dynamic ID. And because this is a toggle, so we have to pass empty body or null. So I choose empty, and then header bearer token. And for save also same, save post ID then null. I told you can pass the empty body or the null. And the header authorization bearer token. And for increment view count, also view / dynamic ID null, and the headers. For update, here you are accepting three things: post ID, form data, and token. Update, then dynamic ID, form data, and then header. For delete / post ID, right? So these are the API endpoint. Let's understand its reducer. This is the post ID. Actually, if you understand the follow structure, these are same structure, right? Just we are calling different way. This is the get post by ID, and here we are passing post ID token based on our requirement, right? But if you look at the structure, is the same. And then we just return response data post, and you have to make sure what type of data you want to show or you want to assign. So that's why in our post controller, okay, so yeah, we have to, like, if you want entire response, so you don't need to do this way, so you can response data, right? And yeah, and for toggle, same things, like we are passing post ID token, and then this way we are grabbing user ID. This is the user ID, this is a post ID, user ID like toggle likes, and then toggle save. Similar things, we are passing post ID token, and then we are doing this way. This is a post ID. This is from our front end, and save from backend, and also yeah, this is a save. And then increment, also we are calling with post ID token, and then we return this response post ID. This is from post ID views, and then update post. We also response update post, right? And then delete existing post. Post ID, this is a post ID. Message, this is a message, nothing else. And this is a route, this is the current post. Fetch post by ID, and car post loading, and then just update entire document here. And for reject case, update error and loading. Then fetch post by user ID, get user post, all the user posts. Just for pending, loading true, error null, fulfill. So here I'm just update the user info here, the post here, and the loading. So if you back to the post, and if you check the get user post, so here you are passing, this is the user and this is the post, right? So here we are grabbing, this is the user info from user, and this is the user post from post. And then for a reject case, we just update error and loading. And now similar things, toggle live, the way we did for toggle follow. So here we're grabbing post ID, like this is a boolean flag, and then total likes and user ID, and this user ID is coming from and action payload. So find the post in the post array. This is the post, okay. So we are just assign, first we mention here, this is the post, right? So first I'm checking if inside post anything is happening. Here you go. So I'm using find index. So post ID inside this post ID and the post ID, if they are equal, that means return that particular index. So I'm just updating this one, and based on it, if index is not equal to -1, that means there is an index. So update that particular index, post index, and update likes count. So inside post we have likes count. This is a post field, and we have a likes count, and then update total likes, then post likes, update post likes. So we have two fields, likes count and likes. And then I'm checking inside likes, if user already include, that means it's become true. So based on it we can handle. So you can like, if you look at here, now it's unlike, it's like, it's unlike, it's like, right? And yeah, that is the things. So yeah, based on these two we are updating. If like is there and if it's not true, these two become true, run this block of code. So yeah, so it means user don't like that post. That means just push user ID inside. And if already this one, that means user already like it, just if you click again, so it remove that user ID from that post. That's why we are using filter. So filter match the condition. If the condition is match, then we return the boolean value. So filter return the new array with the match. With the match, all the match condition. So here I'm checking if ID from that likes and the user ID, if they are not equal. If they are not equal, that means it's become true. That means they are not equal. That means you already like it, right? So now I have to remove it because you want to unlike it, right? So that's why. Yeah, this is the toggle. Okay, this is the toggle. And save, yeah, similar things. Look at here, and now yeah, save, right? And yeah, so we also here we are not using this save, but you can use it this save, right? Because a lot of use case, like if you work on a big project, or if you want to show in a different way, so you have to use a lot of flag. So but here I'm not using, but I just keep it because so you can understand. And here so also I'm checking inside the post, and if post is exist, then update. And also I'm checking, yeah, so I'm also updating, and then right, so yeah, and toggle save, reject, update error, right? But also you can handle like this, but actually we do these things in a different way. Okay, so that's why we are not doing multiple. But if you want to do complex things, so you have to work on it. And but it's up to you guys, like what type of data you want to fetch or you want to show. So yeah, but this one is it's good for my UI. And then increment view. So right now you can see the 5 views, the 4 views, right? So how you can add, yeah, so how you can update post ID views. This is a view count, I think. Yeah, and also I'm using find index. So if post ID exists, update it, and if not, then update that post index with that views, right? And then for reject, update the error. And then for update post, and pending loading true. And then so action, just assign interaction payload this variable. And now I'm looking for this post. If post ID is equal to update ID, right, then update, otherwise post. And then sync with user post. So also I'm carrying this user post. We have the field. If inside user post if you have the post ID is equal to update ID, that means update this as well, otherwise keep the post as it is. Now also I have to update the current post. if the current post ID is equal to update ID, then update the current post with the update data. For reject case, just update the loading and also error. And for delete case, for pending case, update the loading with true, fulfill, update I'm just distracting the post ID, update the loading, and then just filter out. So post, if post ID is not equal to post ID, that means delete that. And then here update that user post and also delete from that user post. So yeah, and also clear current post if it's the same one. State current post ID and then make it null. And here I'm just for reject case, update error and loading. Then import, then export the clear, error and reset as a reducer, and then as action, and then reducer. Export default post reducer. And as you know, you have to import here post reducer, right? So this is the post reducers. This is a post reducer. So yeah, and I think in larger project it's very difficult to handle the states. That's why we are using the third party UI state management. So and Redux is one of them. And yeah, so like now you can scale your project as large as you can. And yeah, from one file you can handle that. That's why we're handling. And now you don't need to do anything. Just if you want any features, you have to update the post slice, and then you can grab with this name post, and then you can destructure all the state. Yeah, and you're ready to go. All right, now I'm inside the comment slice. So let's understand the comment related state. So this is a comment slice, and this is the comment API. And if we bring the comment routes, this is the comment routes. So if you look at our comment endpoint, so this is our comment endpoint. So first is a post comment / post ID, add to comment post, get post comment, update comment, delete comment, reply to comment, toggle comment, all the endpoint. So yeah, we have this. So same things, like we first import the API base URL from API URL, and then just we just create we just instance our API, and then we just base URL / comments. And then this is the first one, add comment. So here we are carrying three things: post ID, text, token, and comment, post ID, and this is the text as a body, and this is the header. Get post comment API, post ID, token / comment / dynamic ID, and then bearer token. Update comment ID, text, this is the body, token. So we are passing / comment ID, and this is the body, and this is the header, authorization bearer token. Delete comment, this is the dynamic comment ID, and this is the headers. Reply to comment, this is the reply, this is the dynamic comment ID, this is the body, and this is the headers. And like and unlike, this is the dynamic comment ID, and this is the header. So these are API function, and this is the comment slice. First I import create slice, create async thunk, and this is the comment API from comment API file. And this is the first one, add comment, and first argument is our name, second argument asynchronous function. So here I'm passing post ID, text, token. These are as object. And then here just I'm destructuring in a different way. So like I think you guys know, but if you don't like this way, just put response and then grab here response data comment, right? You can do this way. If you don't like to do this way, just follow the previous one. This is our response. I think I have to reload. I think I do mistake some. Let's reload. Alright, yeah, you can this one, right? And then you have to put this way, right? Yeah, but yeah, just make the previous one. Yeah, data, right? So yeah, so you can learn a variety of things, right? And yeah, both are gonna work. And also I put a console log, so you can check what's going on and then return data comment. For get all command, just it's a just push id token, and then similar here push id token, and then I put a console log and similar things data.comments. And this is for catch for update. This is a comment id text token, and yeah, so here you have you also grabbing token and token data comment. Now also delete comment id tokens and API. It's like comment API, delete comment, and here I'm returning null because we don't care about nothing because it's a delete comment, right? So we can do this way. So we are not returning anything, just we are returning comment ID. And even you can return the null, it will work as well. And reply comment. This is a nested comment, right? And this is a parent ID from comment ID, and this is a reply data reply, right? And yeah, these are the thunk function. And here also we have other, yeah, it's a like common id token, and it's the data. And this way we comment id likes count user id. This is a comment id from frontend, and these three are state comments loading error. This is the extra reducer. This is the first one, update the loading, update and unshift the comments array field. This is a payload and unshift. I think this is the array method. So if you do shift, it's removed from the top. If you do unshift, it's add on top, right? So guys, I know now guys, if you notice, builder reducer is same, right? Just we have to update that state, and that's why we just updating, nothing else. And yeah, get push comment, similar things, we are just updating that array. And loading error, just we are updating. And here update comment, so we are just finding that that particular id inside comments array, and action payload id, if they match, update index. If index is not equal to -1, then updates that particular comment index. And just we are using split operator, that means all the previous data keep as it is and add the new one. And the delete comment, just filter out that particular id from that array. So I'm looking for the comment id inside from here, and the action payload, if they are not equal, that means it's become true, return match, right? So keep other things. So that means a simple means I remove from that id, a reply to comment. So similar things, I'm looking for parent, so inside comment I'm using find, and if id action payload parent id is equal, then update this variable, and based on this variable, just we are updating the replies count, and then we push entire reply inside this replies field. If it's, yeah, for like and unlike, yeah, so like the way we did for follow unfollow or like post unlike post, So similar things, but yeah, it's also depend on your UI, right? And where you want to update. Like maybe if you want to update your only current, then you can update current. Maybe you want to can update your other page. So you have to update everywhere. Now, like everywhere means you have to update the field, the listed field. That is the things I'm talking about. So I'm just looking for that ID, comment ID, and the action payload comment ID. If they are equal, update this comment, and based on it, update if it's true, update the like counts, just putting entire action payload likes count, and also like field. This is the boolean value. That's it, and then export comment reducer, right? And then and update this comment. Okay, so now you can grab all the state using these comments, right? Because now we store this one in global store, right? So this is the comment slice, and now let's talk about the next one, message slice. Right, so remove the comment. This is the message. This is the message API. Right. So, and let's go to our message route, and here you go. So if you look at, we have the get user for sidebar with this get method, and also get message with get method, and push for send message, right? And this is the message route, and this is the message API. Similar things, we import the API base URL, and then we just create our create our instance, and then base URL slash messages, because you are dealing with the messages. And then with conditional true, this is our first endpoint. So get chat user API, we are passing tokens, and then user slice and header bearer token. Get message, then user ID token, this is the dynamic, and header bearer token. And yeah, so we don't need this one because it's not gonna work. And yeah, so here I also put don't include the content type, right? So this is the sent message API, and this is the push, and this is a dynamic ID, user ID, and this is the form data object body, and this is the header. So we have these three API, and just understand. So I import create async thunk, create slice, and then I import the message API. This is the first fetch chat user. First one is a name argument, second is a asynchronous function. This is a token. Inside try, just I do this way. And here you can also do like you can also grab that particular data as a structure. It's up to you guys. So this is the get chat user API, we are passing token, and then I'm returning response to our data. Similar for all message, user ID token, and then we response the data, we return the data. Similar for send message thunk, user ID form data token, and then we response the data, right? So the same pattern, I think guys you understand. And now if I don't explain, you can understand easily, right? Because we talk about the previous one, same things, the structure same, but the only difference is the data you want to send, the data you want to grab. And these are initial state, first chat users, all the user you want to chat with, so inside array we are storing them. And messages, all the messages between a user A and user B, we want to keep all the messages inside. And then loading and error. So this is the reducers. Okay, So add new message and clear message, right? So for real-time update, this is the socket IO. So action payload is update message, right? And then extra user, fetch chat user, and then update chat users array, and also for rejection case, update loading and error as well. And then fetch messages. For pending, update loading true, and then for fulfill, update loading false, and update messages array. And then send message, right? So this one loading true, and then for fulfill case, make loading false and update message, just push the new message on top of it. And for reject case, just update these two state, loading and error, and then import add new message, clear message as a action type. So this is the reducer and this is the extra reducer, right? And that's it. This is a message slice and message API. Now we only have the one thing that is just an import here. This is the message route reducer. So you can access all the state using this messages, right? And now just we have search. It's very basic. We have one search API. Just, and even if you want to put this one inside post slice, you can, right? But if you want to add multiple search controller, and we do basically in larger project, so that's why I separately did. Okay, so same things, import the API based URL and just create the instance, and then this is the API and this is search, because we are dealing with search route endpoint with credential true, and then this is search API, and just we are passing query, right? And make sure this query, it's a dynamic query. If you pass on it, then you can grab based on that. If you don't want to apply, yeah, just make it empty. It will also work, because this way we define our controller. And this is a get method, right? And we return a response data, right? So yeah, and then we have the search slice. Same things, we import, and then this is a query, and we just pass the query, we console log it, and we return the data. And just we have first users, all the users, post, all the post, fallback false, loading false, error null. This is a clear search as a reducer, and the next reducer we have only one. In pending mode, just update loading true, error null. In fulfill mode, update loading false, and update the entire users. And if it's nothing, just make it empty array. For post and for fallback. So for fallback means if nothing is matched when you while you searching, then the fallback data we can show, right? That's the fallback. So we have also data, right? I think you guys yeah, you understand my controller explanation. And then for reject case, and then just export clear search action, and then export default search slice reducer. And guys, and now you have only one thing, just import here, and now you are good to go to use all the reducers we have been working. And now it's very easy to create now UI. So now you grab all the data from your front backend, and all the data now you have on front end. So now if you are good at styling, so you can make your project or your UI as good as interactive you want, because now you grab all the data, right? So you complete your 50% work. And now it's totally up to you how deeper knowledge you have about Tailwind CSS or other basic CSS, right? So yeah, then just we are going to use this data on our component, and we can fetch. So right, because this is the main part, right? The creating the controller and handling all the data inside the state, and just now we can just update and just we can create the UI. That's it. I hope all the controller and user slice you understand. And if you don't understand anything, just it takes time a little bit, because if you're first time, then all the things maybe blow your mind. But don't worry, the more you spend time on it, the better understanding you can get over the time, right? Just follow the process, and I hope this explanation is helpful for you. In this section, I'm gonna walk you through our project component. So first, let's talk about the sidebar. If you look at our UI, so this is the sidebar. You can see when you click on it, it expands, and if you click on it again, it collapses. And you can see there is a tooltip, right? So if you hover on it, so you can see the tooltip. This is called tooltip. And let's first understand this sidebar. So at the top, we import all the necessity dependency we need. So first I import the React UI. Okay, this is sign in, sign out, and user button for this one, right? So this is the building component given by Clerk. You can see secure by Clerk. Okay, so yeah, this way we are grabbing like signed in, signed out, and user button. Okay, this is the component. And then we import enabling from React Router DOM, and these are a bunch of icons from React icon. This is a motion from framework motion, and then use navigate from React Router DOM, right? And then here just I have defined an array of navigation item. Each item is an object that has two keys, path, which is route, right, and then also icon, right? So also icon, and then text, which is the label will show on the screen. So it's pretty simple, right? And scalable. If you want to add more links later, just add another here, right? And then I define a function component that takes in two props, each sidebar open, and set each sidebar open. And then we also use navigate to from React Router, so we can redirect users when they click on an item. Inside the component, I define a small helper function called toggle sidebar, and this one's cool. It flips the sidebar state between open and close. I'm using the functional state update pattern here, right? So yeah, so when you update the use state, so we have a setter function. This is a setter function, so we can update direct way or functional way. So this is the functional pattern, right? And so basically, and that means it takes the previous value. This is the previous value of the sidebar state and just switches it and just switches it. That's why we are using not operator, right? And if it was open, it closes. If it was closed, it opens. So like this, right? And inside return, we have three main sections. The sidebar header, right? This is a mobile header, and the main sidebar menu, right? And the bottom navbar, right? So let's first understand mobile sidebar, because if you inspect, this is a mobile sidebar. This is a mobile header. Sorry, this is a mobile header, right? And so if you click on it, you can see this way. And this is a mobile navbar, right? But on desktop there is no header, so we have sidebar, right? And this is a mobile header. So this is a UI. Okay, so this is a div, and flex item center, justify between, and beyond small screen it will hide, and then fix top 0, left 0, right 0, and this is the background color, and text gray 100, and padding horizontally 4 and padding vertically y, and then border, right? And then in like z index 50, so it will always stay on top of any UI. And then we are using motion. So if you don't want to use motion, just remove that motion and you can use the normal tag h1, right? So it's up to you guys, right? And then this is our name socially, right? So these are motion just properties, right? If you want to check out the motion, just search motion dev, so you can see their property, and then also div. So sign out, user button, and appearance, so you can control the element user button after box, right? So you can also control the icon, and then sign out. So if you circle, so this is our icon. If there is no sign in, so we can show this icon and it will navigate to login page, right? And this is a sidebar menu and large screen, this one. So this is a div, and we are using dynamic styling. So as a default, which means Tailwind approach is small screen to large screen, which means mobile to desktop. Okay, so as a default, I make it hidden, so this one you cannot see on mobile screen or smaller screen. But when it becomes more than smaller, so I just make it flex, and also above medium also flex, and then screen H screen, that means it captures the entire visible screen, and then flex column, right? So when you use flex, so flex unlocks a lot of property, and flex column is one of them, right? So you can see the things like flex direction, so column, and then fix left 0, and text border, transition wall, duration, ease in out, and z 40, right? And then based on this property, so it's a boolean value. If it's true, then width gonna be 64, otherwise width 22, which means now it's a 22, but if you click on it, that means it's become true. So if it's become true, then sidebar width is 64, right? So this is a basic logic, and this is the logo and icon F bar. So you can see this is the icon, right? And we also this is a button. This is a button, and we are passing that helper function toggle sidebar, right? And then the motion div, right? So this is the motion div, and I'm just if sidebar is opened, so this icon, so this tag or like text. If you look at here now, this is open, so that's why you can see. But if you close now, right? So because this way we are achieving, right? And this is not error, this is a warning, because we are using Clerk. So I think Tailwind can this VS Code cannot understand. So that's why just only for BG ground you can see this yellow, yeah, right? But anyways, so this is just class, a basic class, right? And yeah, text font, extra bold, uppercase, and yeah, nothing else, right? And yeah, this is just shadow. So and this is the animate gradient, and yeah, you don't have to remember these things, because nowadays you can ask ChatGPT or any AI tools, they give you all the stuff. Just now your job's to structure the project, bring the idea into life, right? So that is my ultimate motive. Just decode and break down smaller as I can. So I'm just doing it, right? And then this is the navigation, and this is the navigation, this is the navigation, right? So first this is the div and padding 4. So this padding means all around, flex and flex column. So because this is the column, right? But if you don't put column, so let's check it out. Let's say I'm not going to put flex column. So here you go, you can see a different UI. Well, I think because we also put here flex column, if you now remove here, then you can see. Now you can see the bad UI, right? Right? Yeah, because it's not a column, it's a row. Let's back them in. Yeah, and this is the nav tag, right? So margin top 2, flex 1. So flex 1 means when you use flex, so flex unlocks this property, and this property takes all the available space, and then space y, horizontally space 2. I just make space 2, and then just I map through all the item inside this nav item array, and this is nav link. So there is a little bit difference between link and nav link. So nav link unlocks this is active. So is active, which means if you click on, if you hover on it, so now it's active, right? Right. So now this one active, this one active, right? So yeah. So that nav link, provide this property, and this is the dynamic. Okay. So group relative flex item, and then when we hover on it, then I change the color amber 400, transition wall, and focus ring, right? So this is basic. And if it is active, then background gray 800 and text color, and otherwise text gray, this way, right? And now we are on a hover state, that means selected. So now you can see the color is orange, or like you call amber 400, right? So if it's true, then you can see this one. Otherwise, as a default, text gray 300, right? And also similar for if sidebar open, then justify start, otherwise justify center. So this is a dynamic based on this is active and is sidebar open. And this is the icon. If sidebar open, then show this icon. So this is the label, right? So because now you cannot see the label, but here you can see the label. But if it when it's closed, then you can see the label, but when you hover on it, that's called tooltip. So yeah, if sidebar is not open, then if you click on it, then you can see this is the tooltip, and that's why we absolute, left full, margin left 2, white space narrow. We did white space narrow because it doesn't matter, because we want to show in one line, that's why, right? So yeah, and then this is the Clerk user button for sidebar. Similar things, just margin top auto, this is signed in user button, and appearance 10, and sign out. And when you click on it, then you will be redirected to login page. And then this is a bottom nav bar for mobile, right? Yeah, this one, this is a bottom nav bar, all right? And so as a small, so above a small screen, this bottom nav bar will be hidden, right? And fix bottom left right, and this is a big background text gray, z index 50, shadow large, border T, and then gray. And this is a navbar, same things, right? Just we use nav items, then we map through, we use link, right? And that's it, right? This is the sidebar. I hope it's clear to you all of, right? I hope guys you understand, right? And now this is sidebar, right? This is sidebar. So let's move on next component. So right now let's understand first creator, because so now we are going to upload some video or post, so we have to understand this page. This is the creator post page, right? You can see as a default we select image, but you also can switch from image to video, right? You can see text also changes now, video now, and yeah. So let's build up. So inside creator folder we have bunch of other file. So let's pick this on creator post, right? And remember, so we have to import this component inside this app route. So I forget to talk about it, right? And but sidebar we already import here, app main layout, right? Because it always stays, right? We always want to show sidebar, so that's why we put inside app main layout. And yeah, this is the local state, and we are passing this to here, and that's why in sidebar we are grabbing this to property, right? And yeah, so this is the creator post, and at very top we just import the necessary dependency we need, right? And this is a create, this is a create thunk function, like this is a create reducer. So we want to dispatch it, and yeah, we import use dispatch to call this one, and use selector to grab the data from our global store. And we just call, and then we grab get token from Auth from Clerk, and this is loading from post. This is coming from global state, and I think we guys talk about details, so I think you know. And these are local state, like here we are using use state, right? So first one media type and set media type images. So it allows us to select. So as a default we select image and media files. So we use array because we can, yeah, because we have multiple object. That's why we want to put here inside array. And caption, set caption for text, and tags for form data. Preview, set preview to show the URL, and then a handle file change, right? So whatever you select from here, so you want to show you. So yeah, so you want to track that file changes. So this is a built-in JavaScript method array from. So you want to make sure you select, right, and target files, and then we assign in every file inside here, and then we are just update that. This is the setter function. We have use state with this value, and then we are temporarily show a URL, right? This is a URL, and we just map through, and this is set preview. Then we update set preview. So this is a handle file change, and this is a handle submit. So this is the asynchronous. So this button. So after after filling up all the form, then you want to right. But if you click right now, you can see the error. Please select at least one media file, right? So yeah, please select at least one media file if media file is 0. And then this is the form data, right? This is the form data we assign here, and then we are checking if media type is image, then update, then just this is a array. So just map map through for each. So we iterate all the file, and then we append inside form data images. So as I told you, Multer only accept these images because we define in our backend, right? This images same spelling. If you change a little bit, it's not gonna work. And this is a file. So we update this form. We append this file and then also this video. So if media is not image, so it's gonna run this block of code. And then caption and tag, we update form data. And also we are grabbing the token, and then we are call that create post. This is our object. We are passing object form data and token. And then here just we clear the preview, set preview, set media files. And this is a return. So these are just motion property, and this is the class. So max with length, so it's gonna be maximum with large, and then maximum horizontal space auto, and above is small, it's gonna be margin top 12, and this is the busy ground. And then also this is a class, and padding to 20, right? I think guys, if you understand, right? Okay, so if you just in, so now you can see if you don't put padding bottom 20, so you cannot see because this is a fix, right? So you have to adjust with your every UI, right? You have to adjust every UI. Even you can adjust on main layout, but I hope, like, so I tried, but I feel like, so if you adjust everything in main UI, so it's not gonna be flexible. So just handle everything in a particular UI. So here that's why I put padding bottom 20, and just this is a basic UI, and this is a create post. It's a heading, and this is just form, and one form we use on submit, and this is the class, and this is the div. So first is the button, because if you select, this is a image picker or video picker. Let's say I just pick up this one. So now, yeah, this is a URL, temporary URL. So you can see what you select, right? So yeah, if you can also choose video, and then you put caption. Let's say image 1, and let's say mindset, whatever it is, just let's say life. And now it's on state, because right. So yeah, this is the set media and clear view. So when it's update, let me show you now, right? So yeah, there you go, right? So yeah, we upload it, right? So it works. So this is just like an image, and this is another button for video. This two, this is the image button, this is the video button, right? This is the image button, this is the video button. You can design as you want, right? Or just I'm just showing you how you can design, right? And this is the file picker. If media type image, select image, so otherwise select video. This one right now you can see this, select video and select images, right? And this is the label, HTML for file input. So file upload, click or drag to upload. If media type image, so images, other video. So yeah, this one. So if you select now, click or drag to upload video. But here now you can see upload images, and these are input ID, because if you click here, right, now it's also selected. This is the input for file type, and this is the preview. This one, when you select some image, so here you can see that preview. And if you select video, let's pick up a video, Let me, I think we have the video. Yes, this is the video. Yes, now you can see the video. So right, you also can check, and even you can design the way you want. If media type image, so otherwise, yeah, otherwise video tag. And this is the caption input, this is the label, and this is the text area. And this is the one change, set caption e target value, and row 3 placeholder class. And then for tags, this is the label, this is the input. So one change, set tags e target value and placeholder and then class. And this is the submit button. So we are using motion, right? So this is just motion. This is a motion property, and we make it type submit, and we disable when it loading state, and then class, and when it is loading, so this uploading, otherwise create post with the rocket, right? So this is a create post, and it's work. Yeah, it's work, right? Yeah, and you can design the way you want. And then we have to import this one inside app route. So and here you go. So create post is a protected route, so that's why we wrap up with route, and then this is a protected route, right? This is a create post, and this is the path, and we input here, right? Yeah, so this is the create post. And now let's understand the other things, other component. So we talk about the create post. Let's bring all the users, right? Let's bring all the users. And even you can also check, like when you post, you can console log in, you can console log, and you can check the data, right? So now a lot of things is going on, right? So yeah, so this way you can learn and by doing, right? So this is the wall users. So let's build up this UI. So if you click this users, right, so we have 4 available users, and just, so this is me. If you want, so like there is a catch. If you don't want to show yourself, so you can just remove from backend. But I just I don't remove this one because this is the I need it because I want to upload a lot of things, so that's why I want to show, right? And yeah, these are, so I just follow this one, but I don't follow this one, so I can remove now. Yeah, follow, yeah, so I unfollow it, right? If you click on it, so you can see his profile. So this person, so in this account there is no post, and if you click on this message, you also navigate to chat message, right? And you can chat with him, right? So let's first understand users. So like guys, lot of nested UI is there. If you handle this type of UI, you can work in a project. So let's first understand the user. So this is a wall user file. Okay, so I just import all the basic stuff at very top. So same things, just I just did new things. Fetch wall user, and from user slice, this is the reducer, and this is the component, follow button component, this button, right? So the button is reusable. Yeah, we are going to use same button in different component, so that's why we create differently this follow button. And then this is just icon, and we just call dispatch and user navigate. And here this is the user from our, this is the user state, And as I told you, when you access this one, so you can destructure all the state inside user slice, right? So we have user loading error. So I put a console log. So you can debug this way. You have to put, like, if you see any error, so you have to put on a console log. And this is a use effect, and I just dispatch fetch all user, and yeah, so when dispatch changes, use effect run, and if it is on loading mode, you can see loading user. If there is an error, so you can show the error, and if user is not, if user is, there is no length, then no user found, and then we returned a component. So this is a featured user, this is a header, and this is a button, go back button, and navigate, use navigate unlocks this type of property. So if you put -1, which means you can back to the previous route, but if you put the 1, so you can go the forward one. So that's why if you look at here, now this is the back one, right? So if you click, so you can here, right? But now if you click, again you are. But now, so similarly we have this one, go back button, here you go, right? So yeah, same things. And then this is the array, while the user, even if you console log here, so we have all the user. So this is the user, 4 user we have. This is a wall user, like you can see 12. So we put a console log, so that's how you can see. So the field you want to show, you can see here, and you can update, right? And this is the navigation. If you click on it, as I told you, so profile slice user ID. So right now just look at this URL. Now boom, profile slash user ID. This is the user ID because we just define this way, profile slash user ID, and we are grabbing this user ID from here. Because inside we have that user ID. This is the user ID. This is the user ID, right? And this is the background glow on hover. Yeah, this one, right? So you can see a change a little bit. And then user profile image, and yeah, all then relative. Right, this is a relative, a Z10, flex column, item center, and text center, and padding 4, right? So guys, if I just to be honest, now you guys says like why you don't explain the CS class. Like if I explain CS class, so it takes a lot of time. So this project going to be a very longer, but I think you get this right now. You can understand, right? And yeah, so that's why I'm not explaining every class. I just show you the structure, how you can structure your project. And if user profile exists, then show this image, otherwise this one. So right now we have profile image, that's why we are showing. Otherwise, if you don't have profile image, so we can show the first character of full name, right? And then we make it uppercase, and this is the user full name. This is the user full name, and then I put a button. This is the component. So this button I accept 2 props. This is the first props, user ID, right? And this is the class. This is the class props. So you can't dynamically style. So this is the wall user page, and then you have to also import this wall user inside app route, and here you go, wall user. This is the wall user, path wall user and element. Then you have to import here wall user. This is the wall user, right? And I hope it clears to you. Alright, now let's understand follow button logic. So this is the follow component, and we import all the basic things we need. And this is a toggle follow from user slice and use auth from Clerk. And I think we know other dependency. And so follow accept two props. First one is user ID, second one is a class, and class as an empty. If you don't get any class, so we can use our default class here. Okay, and current auth user from user global state and local. This is a local loading and set local loading. As a default, we make false. So this is following variable. So here we are, it's a each following, it's a variable, and here I choose like here we checking current auth user, so it's a ternary operator, and following. If this field exists, then we just we so this is the array and it's a sum, because if you look at the current user we have, inside if you look at, we have current user. So this is the current user, we have this following field. So this is the following field, right? So this is the following field. I hope you can see, guys. This is the following fields, right? So now it's an array and we have that ID. Okay, and based on this following we are going to so we are using sum method, and sum method return a boolean value. So I'm checking inside this following ID and this user ID, and this user ID is coming from the parents component where you want to call this follow button, right? And if they are equal, that means it's gonna be true, right? So based on this boolean value, so we can do something. And also I'm checking handle toggle flow. If current user does not exist, return this please log in to follow user, and set local loading, make it true. Inside try block, then just we call that toggle flow, and we are passing user ID and token, right? Otherwise in catch we just yeah, and this finally we set local loading false. Now also if it does not current user and current auth user ID exist, then return null. This is the return component. This is just a button. So yeah, based on this boolean value, if it's true, so this one, that means user like that particular user, or as a default it makes blue. So you can see here now, so I follow this, so that's why gray, and as a default I'm not following this one, that's why blue, right? And also based on this boolean value also I'm just showing following or follow. If it's true, I just show following, or if does not, then I show follow, right? And this is a class. So this is another props. So if yeah, right, and yeah, so if we have any class, so we can't overwrite, right? So this is a class. And so recently we use this inside all user. So this is a button and we are passing this first user ID and class. This is a user props and this is a class props, and we are just grabbing here, right? And this is a button, this is a following button. And if you see again the slice, because we are handling slice, user slice, and this is the state users current auth user. This is the current auth user we are talking about, and this is the viewing user and users, right? So this is the array, all the user we have inside this users, right? And this is the toggle flow. This is a toggle flow logic. This is the is following field. So here I'm just updating that is following, right? This is the users, and here you go. And yeah, this is the following, and here just I'm updating that following field, right? This is the current following, and yeah, then you also, right? So this way we are updating that particular field. If you don't do this way, you cannot get instantly UI update, right? So just keep this in your mind, right? This is the follow button, and we have also the post model and profile page and update post. So we create the post, right? But if you want to see, so let's say so I have 3 posts, right? So you can see this is the amazing post, and yeah, so this is the edit, this is the delete, right? So if you hover on it, it's kind of Instagram type, right? So if you hover on it, so you can see the like and the comment, right? And if you click on it, so you can see the modal. So this is the modal, right? So yeah, Instagram shows similar way. And if there is a comment, so you can see, if you click on it, then it's pop up another modal, right? So here we have one comment on like, let's, right? Yeah, and one comment we have, right? Even you can put a comment, hi. Fail to add comment. Let's see what's happened. Yeah, so like it was it was in the error, just it was the timing issue, but now it's work, right? So this is the UI we are going to achieve now. And yeah, so if you click on it, so it redirect to message, and here you cannot see the following button, but because this is you, so that's why you cannot see the following button. But if you see other user, so you can see the following button as well. This is the following button, right? So let's first build up the profile page and then update post. Let's first understand the update post. This is me, and this is edit post, right? Similar UI, right? The same UI. If you look at the create UI and the update UI, same, but just add a new UI. Even you can copy it, you can see it's a yellow, right? And so I think if you understand the create post, similar and same code, just I copy, just I make the update change. So this is the create post, this is update post, same things we just but here just we import update post thunk and fetch post by id. So that's why you can see already the data already selected, right? And this is a post id, the video you want, the post you want to update. So we have to grab that particular post id because that route need that id, right? And then you call the same things like use navigate, use dispatch, and then also we distract the get token, because every protected route we have to pass token otherwise we will see the error, because otherwise we cannot enter backend. So that's why first I just grabbing user post. This is the array. Current post, this is the current post. It's as the default null, and if something current post have, so we can see, and current post loading and loading from post global state. I put a comment, and this is the same things, right? And yeah, so like the way we did for create post, we are doing same things. And also we are checking local post. If there is a post inside user post, and this is the post ID, this one if already exists, then update this local post, and then post local post, otherwise current post, and then based on it we just fetch. So here just we are calling that fetch post by ID, and we pass in post ID and token, right? And yeah, this is a use effect, so we can see this data, selected data, and also and pre-filled data. So yeah, if post exists, update the caption, update the tags and the media, and the set, and then media type, and then preview URL, and handle files change. So yeah, this is the like set media update files and set preview update, and same handle submit. Yeah, so I think guys you get this, because I'm not going to spend any more time on it, because we already talked about this one create post. So yeah, and then we have to update, we have to input here, this is the update post, and then this is the update post. Alright, this is the update post. Because why? Because we are grabbing this post with help of post ID. So from here, if you look at the UI, okay, so this is a post file. So here in this post file we have to grab, and then if you look at now, this is a profile.slash, but if you click here, now you can see update that particular post ID, right? So that's why. So yeah, so that's why we need a dynamic ID, and I put here update slash post ID, and this is the update post. And now let's understand profile page. So I input all the basic things, and here I input to thunk for get user post and delete post thunk, right? This is a follow button, and this is a post model. So yeah, same follow button, we recently talked about it, and this is a use, and all the like we call dispatch, we call navigate, and then we grab user ID. And remember always when you grab the dynamic ID, right? So I think we know the way we define our ID, similar name we are grabbing from a particular place where you want to show them, right? That's why this is the use params, and I'm just grabbing that user ID, and then token, and all the data from post, user post loading your user info. We have this field, so now it's easy because we already set this up inside global store, and this is the current auth user, right? And state user, and this is a local state. Select post, set select post null, is model open, and set is model open as a false. Then run use effect. So I call get user post. So here you can see all the get user post, right? This way. So I have 3 posts. So here I'm just fetching all the posts. That's how you call this one. And then handle click on post, right? So set select post, set is model open. So if post exists, then update this set select post, then set each model open true. This way, boom, the model is open, and close model. Alright, so yeah, this way, like we can close this way, right? And then delete post logic. So this is a handle delete function, asynchronous function, and this is a window confirm. So I'm showing, are you sure want to delete this post? Like if you click on this delete icon, so now you can see the warning. Let's cancel it. And then inside try block, just call delete post thunk by passing post ID token and unwrap, and then alert post deleted successfully. When the request is successful, so you can see the message. Or you can update this one with toast, right? And then if select post ID is equal to post ID, then close modal and console log error, and then alert error. So guys, you can use toast, right? Here you can use toast. And if loading is, so the loading profile. And if there is an error, so this UI. This is a go button. So this is a container, and here this is a max width for Excel, max horizontal horizontal padding space auto, and above is small, padding top 6, and padding and on phone screen, padding bottom 20, above small screen, padding bottom 0. This is a go button, and this is a profile header. This is the profile header, and if you look at in phone, you can see this way, right? So yeah, everything is aligned. This is the profile image, okay, and all the responsive UI. You can see the UI. If user info exists, inside user info we have profile image field. If it exists, then show this image tag. Otherwise, manually we can create icon. So there is a field full name, and just we grab the first letter, and then we make it, yeah. Otherwise we manually then create U. Then profile info, this info, profile info. So this is the class. First it's a name and button, so user full name, then follow button, right? And just look at the class. So this is the dynamic class. So here I want blue. So if you change here blue, so it will yeah, if you change green, so you can see green. And this is the another button. So if you click on the message, so you will redirect to the chat. And that's why we are using state, select user, and user info, right? So now you are redirect to this chat page, right? This is the chat page. And we have this use selector, and this is the user info, and we just navigate that things. So that's why here we are using use selector locally. This is a select post and set select post. And then the stats of post. This is the post, user post length, otherwise 0. Then followers as a default 0, otherwise follower counts, and the user info following, then following count. And this is the post grid. See, user post length is greater than 0, then show this UI. So first I map through, and here if you look at grid columns 2 at smaller screen, but more than smaller screen, above smaller screen, grid columns 3. and then just map through all the users. So this is the div, and I just click handle post click, so that's why you can see the modal open, right? And handle post click, you, yeah, this is the handle post click, and we have this post, right? And here if post model type is video, show this, otherwise show image tag, and then post likes count, post comments as a hover. So if you hover on it, so you can see 0 and 0 post and comments count. And if current auth user is equal to post id, that means you cannot see this edit button and delete button. So right now I can see edit button or delete button, but I think there is no post on other account, but just you get this idea, right? So now, so I'm the user, I'm the owner of this post, that's why I can see edit and delete. But if you're not, so you cannot see. If you visit other profiles, so you cannot see this button. So that is the logic here. And if you click on edit, so now you can see update post id. Here you have, right, update post id. Recently we just create this page, and this is the delete post. If you click on it, it will, yeah, it will be deleted. And if there is no post, so you can see no post yet for this account. And this is the just user model component. Is model opened and select post. So yeah, then just show the post model, and just we are passing two things, two params, the post itself and the on close as a close modal. Yeah, right. So this is the things, and this is the modal, and this is the comment. So let's understand the modal, right? So but before understanding modal, so you have to import this profile page inside app routes. So this is the profile, and profile also we are using dynamic id. This is the user id, so we can visit any profile you want, and this is the profile page you import here. And now we have only one page inside this creator folder. So this is the post model, and this model you can also create a very, yeah, you can style the design. And this is the comment section, another children component, right? So all the if you look at here, all the push I'm fetching here, because this is the another component. So just I'm calling that component from this component, right? And this is these two properties from parent, post and on close. Show comment, set show comment. This is the local. This is the close button, right? Top 3, right 3. This icon, and this is the post content. If post media 0, type video, show video, otherwise show image. And this is just name. This is the button. So if you click on this button, show button, and then you can see this comment, and this comment also accept two props, post id and on close. And post id, from this post id and on close, show comment as a false. That's how you can see this this way. And yeah, this is the view comment. So that means if you click on it, so now it's become true. It's become true. Show comment, right? So this is wall. So inside creator, right? So yeah. So now you can create any nested any nested component you want. And guys, this is very complex. if you put a time on it and then if you understand one by one, then you feel like, okay, yeah, it's really easy. Right, so this is the profile page and we have the Instagram style pop-up, right? And also we have another pop-up inside that. And so I hope that makes sense, right? And I hope also guys you understand it. If you don't understand, I want you to spend time on it, understand each code, right, again and again, so you can understand over the time. In this video, I'm going to walk you through post related UI. So let's dive in. So if you look at, this is a postcard, right? And yeah, this is a post. If you look at, if you click on it, then you will redirect to its profile page. And we already talked about this profile page, right? And this is the like button, and this is the save button, and this is the comment, right? So this card we are going to talk about step by step. So inside my main directory source folder, then I am in component folder, then post folder. So we have 4 component: like button, postcard, post list, and save button. So this is the parent component, post list, right? And then we have postcard. So here in postcard, I already designed the card, and then I just import here inside post, right? So let's understand first the postcard. So at the top, we import all the necessary dependency: use effect, use ref, use state, and then this is a use dispatch and use selector, and then use auth and the icon, and this is a increment view slice from post slice, and these two are child component, like button, save button, and this is a user navigate router, and these two are also a child component. This is a comment section, and this is a follow button. This component we already discussed, but this one we didn't. So yeah, very soon we will we are going to discuss this one as well, right? So this is the postcard, and just we are taking one props post from the post list. If you look at yeah, this is the postcard, and I'm passing that post, right? And here I'm just accepting, and then all the data, the data we need here, I'm just destructuring: user, media, caption, tags, likes, views, comments count, create at, and ID. So inside post we have, because if you look at our slice, this is the post slice, right? And this is the state. This state we are grabbing, right? And yeah, so all the posts we, when we call this create post and then fetch all posts, then we assign inside post, right, in this array, and this is all right. So yeah, so here in post list we are just if you look at post list, here you go, this is the post list, right? This is the post array from that post state, the global state, right? And then here I'm passing that post through props, and then here I'm just grabbing that post, right? And then I'm just destructuring. Similar for comment, and these are this one is a local state, because here if you click on it, then you can see the model, right? Yeah, so that's why we just show comment and set show comment, and then I call use dispatch, and then I just grab get token from use Auth from Clerk, and I'm using use ref because I think if you look at the any TikTok or any social media, when a 50% video or post you watch or see, that means you increase the view count, right? That's the thing. For that we are using useref, because useref, yeah, so we use useref when you want to deal with the DOM element, right? So yeah, so React cannot deal DOM element directly. That's why we need useref. And this use effect increment the view count. So we have the class, it's a class interface of the intersection observer API, provides a way to asynchronously observe changes in the intersection of a target element with an ancestor element or with a top level documents viewport, right? So yeah, that is all about intersection observer API. And then, and this is the asynchronous function, right? This is the entries, and we are uh, this is the entry, and entry is intersection. If it's true, they run this block of code, right? So then call, which means when we enter 50% of that viewport, then call this increment of view reducers, right? And here just we are passing token and post ID, because this increment reducer endpoint takes two parameter, post ID and token, and then we just disconnect when it complete. And then inside catch block, just we are yeah, when something goes wrong, here we are handling, right? And threshold, that means 70%. Yeah, you can put 50%. If you put 0.5, which means if 50% is you see or watch, then yeah, you can increment that. Then you can call this increment post view, right? This is the just use effect, nothing else. So yeah, you can see the comment I also put increment view count once when 70% of post is visible. And yeah, and this is the observer, right? Post ref current, and then observer dot observe post ref current, and then return observe dot disconnect, right? So this is the entire use effect, right? And then this is just UI. So inside div we call that ref, and then just the width is full, and above medium the width is gonna be 400 px, and then more than medium 450x px. This one, this is the width, right? This is the width. You can make as large as you want. So yeah, you can style, right? And even there is a gap. So yeah, for mobile for desktop version it's not looking good, but if you look at for phone version, it looking good, right? So yeah, so you can add many things on large screen, right? So you can add here on the top maybe the suggested users, or maybe the creator, the way Instagram do, okay? So and even you can also show other stuff, yeah. So but you get the idea how to structure, how to, yeah, because now you have a data, as I told you earlier. Now you have all the data from backend, and now it's up to you how creative you are, right? So you can style your entire front end, and you can show them, yeah. And then this is the header, right? So yeah, so I put in a yeah, I put the navigate, so inside the menu icon here, right? So if you click on it, then you will redirect to this profile page, right? So and then this is the image, and then and if you look at, so here we are console log. Okay, here you are. If you look at the post list, we already console log. So if you want to see the data, so just inspect, and then you can see from post list post, we have 3 posts, right? So it's the first one, and then inside each object we have the data, right? And this data we just are fetching or showing. Yeah, so yeah, so that's why I don't remove the console log, so you can debug or you can understand. This is the card, and then this is a follow button, right? Follow button, right? So here I cannot see follow button because I'm the user, so that's why, right? And nobody upload anything, so that's why. But you can see here the follow button. This button you can see here. If somebody uploaded, then we can see on their profile, because I made a logic, so I cannot follow myself, so that's why I remove. I cannot see my follow button. Yeah. And then media. If media type video, then show this tag, otherwise show this image. And then action button. So this is a flex item center just between this one, right? So in one div, so this is a horizontally, these 4 are yeah, in center, like button, save, comment. If you look at, they are in a same direction and same, right? Horizontally they are as a center, we just want to place them. So yeah, that's a flex item center gap 4. So we have this gap 4, gap 4, gap 4, gap 4, right? And then button. So yeah, so we put a one click, and then if you click on it, then you can see this UI comment counts, right? And then you can see this conditional UI. If show component is true, then show this component like this. So right now, if you now here we have 2 comment, but here there is no comment, that's why you see 0. But here we have 2. So if you click on it, now you can see a component button, a component model, right? And then you can close. So this way we achieve, and then we use this span to show the view. If views is equal to 1, then show view, otherwise views. So if you notice here, now you have 5 views, that's why you can see yes. But here we have 1, so that's why one view, right? So it's kind of like a singular or plural. Yeah, like, when you deploy production level production level code base, so we have to spend a lot of time to find the edge case, and yeah, but for practicing purpose, just you have to focus the core logic, right? So that's why, guys, I'm just explaining the all logic, yeah, because you can understand a style. And then this is the caption. So first, this is the first tag. I put user full name, and then just this segment is a tag. So we have this tag, right? You can show in other way. So yeah, so we have array, and then if tag length is greater than 0, so this UI. So this is the conditional UI. So use double ampersand, which means shortcut, yeah, conditional rendering, right? So it will show if the tag's length greater than 0, otherwise. And I think you guys observe we use the question mark, it's a optional chaining, which means if there is no length, okay, if length is undefined, it won't crash, right? So it's a safety net. That's why if you look at the production level code, people use the optional chaining. And this is the postcard, and now this is the post list. So from here we are passing all the data. So here just I'm calling fetch all posts and then postcard and use auth, right? And then this is the global state. So I'm grabbing three things: post state, post loading, and error from post global state from store. And then console log, and then just I get a token and I call fetch that fetch all post reducer, right? So here just because inside use effect you cannot use async await, so you have to mention another function. That's why. And if is loaded is not there, return nothing. But if it is, then just grab the token and pass the token, and yeah, and then call that fetch user. This is the use effect. And then also if post loading, then show this loading UI. If error, show the error or something went wrong, like this. And this is just UI. So with full, max with 2xl, max horizontal margin or space auto, and more than a small margin of 6, padding 3, right? And padding bottom 24, right? Because if you look at the phone version, okay, so we have this fix, we have this fix navbar, so that's why we are putting this 24. I think if you put 20 it will work as well, right? If you put 20 it will work. Now you have 20 gap, right? But just yeah, just put as it is. And then just I just here also I'm checking if post length is greater than 0, and also I'm checking this is the ternary operator, okay. If it exists, then run this block of code, otherwise so no post on this platform yet. So if there is no post, so on this UI you cannot see, you only see this this message, right? And post is an array, and we have all the objects, so just we look through, so we use map, and then this is the component, and this component accept props. This is the post props, and from here we are passing, right? So guys, this is the postcard, and then we have to import this post list inside our app route. This is the app route, and post list yeah, I think, yeah, so this is the home, okay, so this is the home, so we import this post list here inside home, okay. So yeah, so this is also as a child component, because if you look at this home, yeah, this is the post list, so here you are calling the post list. So for that we don't need to because there is no route, right? Yeah, so yeah, I'll explain to you, okay. So here just I'm using two component. This is a recommend user and the post list component. So this is a dev, okay. So this is for large screen, so that's why this one will show so flex column, and when become when the screen is above medium, then flex row, right? And then UI change as well, you can see, right? And inside this post list div, the width is full, so this width full, that means the parent div, whatever the parent is, this div can take that width if you use full, and then above medium the width is going to 65%, and large 60, right? And this recommended user for mobile version hidden, and then above medium it's going to be block, and then 280 px, model large 300 px, and shrink 0, margin left 20. Margin left 20 means on large screen you can see this is a margin left 20, right? So this is the home, right? And yeah, so this is the home, post list, and post. Now we have these two button, the like button and the save button, and it's kind of same like follow button, right? But so I think UI is not a question for, like, guys, if you understand, for this type of button you get error, like, UI, like not error, UI, like if you click on it, it's not instantly updated because some UI issues. So like I face a lot because if you face this type of issue, that means you are missing something on your state management, right? That's why if I show you again the like, this is a like state, this is a toggle like state, right? So here post ID like, toggle like, user ID. So we are grabbing from the backend, I think. Yeah, so this is the user ID, and just we are updating that particular field, the field, the field we want to dealing with. Okay, so that's why. So we are updating likes count likes, and inside we have these likes, right? So yeah, but if you look at here, it's a post list, whatever. It's a like button. So based on this, so here we are handling. So if you look at my like, okay, so yeah, so this button depend on this like, right? And also the, if this like is true, then you can see this icon, which means thumb, IFA thumb up, and also this is a regular thumb up when it's false. So now it's true, now it's false, that's why you see this way. Now it's true. Yeah, so let's understand it. So we input all the basic things, use effect, use state, and then this is a toggle like reducer from post slice, and the same things we did for other component. And then we are creating two things, post ID and likes. Okay, right? Because if you look at post list, then a postcard, then we are passing that data. Yeah, this is a post ID and this is a likes, right? So and then we are grabbing that loading from push state, and also current auth user from user global state, and these two are local state, liked set like, and likes count set likes count, and then get token from that Clerk, and this is the use effect. So if current auth user exists, then update this likes count. So because here we have, if you console log current user, we have this field, right? And this likes field is all about, that means if you put the user ID inside likes, right? So likes means we track, like when we discuss our backend controller, so we said like, so we want to update likes count based on the user ID. So that's why I'm just putting that current user ID inside likes. Then I update that liked, right? And then when likes and current user change, run this use effect. And here I'm also checking handle like if current user does not exist, so this error, please log in to like video. So if you're not a login user, you cannot do any, you cannot perform any action. And const was like, just update was like, and then set like, just flip it. If like, make it false. If false, make it true. And also update the counts. So we are using the functional pattern. If like, that means -1, or if false, add 1. And inside try, then call that toggle by passing post ID and token. Inside catch, just handle this way. And this is the button. These are just motion properties, and this is a dynamic class. We are using a backticks, flex, atom center, gap 2, and then if liked, so this blue, otherwise so this background gray, right? And then when it comes to icon, if like, then show this on. If not, then this icon. And this is the likes count. So this is the UI. This is the UI, right? This is the like button. So like button is totally depend on the current user ID, right? Because this is the current user ID, and we have this current user ID, right? Yeah. And similarly, save button, if you look at this is a save button. So all the dependency, and just this is a toggle save reducer, and then just I grab the token, call the dispatch, and then also I'm grabbing current auth user loading, I make user loading, and yeah, these are two local use state, and then this is the use effect. If current auth user, there is a field inside can't save post. Okay, there is a save post, right? So based on this field, we are updating UI instantly. And if post ID exists, then just so some return boolean value. So current auth user, if say post ID is equal to that post ID, if they are equal, then it's gonna be true because some return boolean value. But if they are not match, it's gonna return false. And then here update that is save state, right? And then here handle save. Just these two are just validation. If there is no login user, you cannot like this or save this video or save this post. And then this is the optimistic update. So watch save, and then update again, also set local loading, and here just I'm dispatching the toggle save post by passing post ID and token, and this is the catch. So set is save, and then just passing that this case for failure. If something goes wrong, then we can handle this way, and finally it's gonna run set loading, set local loading, and this is the button. Similar things, if save is true, then it's gonna be orange, otherwise text white, right? So now we're gonna have gray, and if you hover on it, so you can see the orange. This is the code. On hover, amber 400, and if it's true, if a bookmark or if a regular bookmark, and also save and save. This is the save button. So yeah, so I hope guys you understand this logic. And I think if you understand this save button, like button, follow button, so most of the most of the social media type logic you can handle. Front end, back end, you can handle. And I want you to practice more and write code line by line, again by like again and again. The more you code, the more better understanding you can get, right? So yeah, this way you can be a good developer and you can understand the code as well. So yeah, this is a postulated code. And yeah, and so this two button is a child button, child component, so we can use in different area, but we have to, because this component care post id. So if you want to put this save button or like button, you have to pass that post id. So because it's a child component, right? So this child component itself doesn't know what type of post you are talking about, so that's why you have to pass that post id. So we can, yeah, right? So far I hope that makes sense and it clears to you. In this video, I'm going to walk you through comment related UI and as well as library, all the library UI. So if you look at our library in phone version, you can see this is a phone version library, and if you look at the comment, this is a phone version comment, right? So you can put a comment, hey, how are you doing? No, well, I think now it's working. And you can delete and add on it one. Now here you go, hey, how you doing, one, right? You can delete, right? And everything is working. So yeah, let's build up. And this is a library in large screen, right? So this is a follower, this is a following, this is a like, this is a save. And so there is no, right? So this is the UI we are going to achieve. First understand, let's understand component. So this is the component item, and this is the component section, and this is the child component, and this is the parent component. So here just I input all the reducer, delete comment, update comment, toggle comment, reply to comment, and then all the icon. And this is a moment. Moment is a like using moment you can format your time, right? So it unlocks a lot of features. And this is a comment from here, right? This comment from this post, and yeah, so yeah, we are passing this comment. This is the parent, and this post id and on close from the post list, the postcard, right? So if you look at the postcard, and then this is a post id, and this is the on close, because if you so this is the on close, here you go, right? That's why here we are passing on close, and this is a set show comment. So this is the comment from this comment, and we can check the all the console log. Let's and if you click, then you can see here you go, comment section. And right now here we don't have comment. Here we have comment. Yes, we have two comment. This is the comment data, likes count, parent comment, null, post, all the stuff. And here you can put a nested comment. Hey, now, right? So yeah, this is a nested comment. Comment 2, you can like, right? You can like, that's the data. And then this is the text, and set text as the empty string. And all this stuff, the same things we are doing again and again. If you want, so you can create a separate file for like get token, right? But yeah, so just you can call them, and but yeah, so just for learning purpose, just I'm showing you we can do this way. This is a what user and use user, and this is the user, and this is a comment. So we are passing the token, and then we are dispatching this get post comment, all the post related comment, and we're passing post ID and token, and this is the handle submit. So we just prevent this is the event, and we just call prevent default. So when we submit as a default, it won't refresh automatically, so it prevent to refresh. If text is not there, so return nothing, because text is mandatory. And then just add to comment post ID text token, right? And then this is the UI, this is the header, right? So this is a comment, and we are passing this on click, on close, and this is just loading state and error. And if comment length greater than 0, then show this then map comment and pass this component. And this is a add comment input. If user image exists, then show this image, and this is a text form, and this is a button form. And button, like we are also, this is a dynamic class, and if text is there, then show blue, otherwise gray. If you look at here, click on it, now you can see, and it's also disabled. But if there is a text, then you can see blue, then there is a cursor. But if you remove it, there is no text, the cursor is not allowed, and you can see the gray, right? So this is the functionality, just we are grabbing this way. This is the comment section, and this is the comment item. Here all the things I import, and this is a comment from that comment section, and just we are passing, and this is a local state, like it's editing, edit text, reply text, and show replies, and then handle update. So if edit text not there, then return nothing, and then pass with comment ID, because update comment here comment ID, text and token. And here also we just set each editing false after after being updated. Then we just set editing, we make false. And delete handle, we just dispatch the delete comment reducer with comment ID and token. And this is a like and unlike. So if you want to update instantly UI, so you can follow same for like button or follow button. You can get there. But here I'm only care about the number, not UI. This way. So now you can see 0, not so yeah, right. Just you only can see the count, right? So yeah, and this is the reply to comment. So if reply text is not there, return nothing, and then call reply to comment with comment ID, text, reply text, this one, hey, right, hey. So this is the reply comment. So yeah, this is the things, and this is the image. If user image exists, show this, otherwise show this, save, yeah. So if user exists here, and this is another div. So here just I'm showing the moment with comment user full name and then editing button. If save like this, if you click on it, test reply, sorry, this button, here you go. So you can save, right? And yeah, this is things. If you click, if is editing true, then show this button, otherwise show this edit button. And next to it just add handle delete and then comment text. If editing true, show this input like this. If editing true, show this input, right? And then text, otherwise the text. And also reply handle like that, this button, this like button, and then reply this button, reply, and then show reply. If you click on it, then you can see the reply as well. That's why if comment replies, if a source reply is true, then show this UI. So here there is a comment, I just map through, and then there is an image. I just grab the profile name or a profile image and username. Here reply username and the times and the text. And also if user exists, then show the form, image, text, button. If user exists, this is the handle reply. Write a reply, right? This one, write a reply. This is the comment section. So I think if you go through by yourself and if you write the code, then that makes sense more, right? And yeah, so this is the comment section, comment item and comment section. Let's understand this, and I hope guys that makes sense. Now we have to import. So I think these are not parent comment, so these are like children component. That's why we don't need to import here, like app route. When we want to navigate a next page, then we need that. But these are just as a child component. So let's understand the message, the library related UI. This is a library related UI. I think this like, this save, this UI is same. This following and followers the same, right? So if you understand one UI, then you can just copy and paste. This is my library. So all the icon, and these are 4 component, right? And here user navigate. Default section is like. So right now if you can see as a, let's say if you back to library as a default like, so that's why you existed default like. This is the header and this is the go back button. This is the title, my library, and if you look at it, it's so responsive because now you can see the text, but mobile version you only see the button, right? Only icon. So that's why you can see the responsive UI here, and this is a toggle button. So yeah, if section is use follower, then show this use follower button, which means now you can see the selection. So I can see the UI, right? So in this code, I'm just showing the effect, hover effect. So that's why I just set active section. One click if user follow, then active is user, then show this, otherwise show the gray. Similar for user following, and also similar for like, and similar for save. And then this is a conditional section. If active section is equal to user follow, render this component. If active section is equal to user following, show this component. And for like case also similar. If active section is equal to like, show this component. Active section is equal to save, show this component, right? This is a library, right? This is a library because we have this active section and set active section as a user state, and a default like. You can change save and whatever you want, but the logic is this, right? This is the div and this is the UI. So based on this UI, just you can show, and also you can show the UI, right? And now let's understand this component, because this component are same. Just here we import the dependency and current user from user global state, and then we have the field following inside current user. So based on that field, I'm just assign here. If following is not there, you are not following anyone yet. And then just map through all the following. This is the hover, and just and profile. If you click this user, you will navigate to its profile, right? Similar for this one also. So yeah, and then user profile image, and otherwise just show the first character or U, and then user full name. You can design the way you want, it's up to you. So this is a user following. Similar for user followers, just I copy paste same, but I just name it different. User follow, same logic, same code, right? And then user like post. So these are not same because the UI is different. So user like and user post, user like post and user save post are same. So let's understand. So we import all the basic dependency, and this is a fetch all post slice, and then just we import all the this is the post from post. This is the current auth user from state global user state, and here just I'm calling fetch user, fetch all post, because if you look at, let's say you save something, okay, this one is now you have, if you look at, now you have save is 2 1 in this account, right? So now save, now you can see instantly, now it's take time, right? Because of if somehow the UI is not loaded, so this UI this use effect call and then bring all the users, so you don't need to reload again, right? That's why I fetch all post again in this profile, in this page. And like post, I just filter out and current user ID. If you exist, then update it like post. So you haven't liked any post yet, right? So this is the post and this is the UI. If image URL, then MP4, that means video, otherwise image. And then just post caption, only post caption and date. This is the like. So this is the image. And if you have video, then you can see video, otherwise image. And this is the date, and this is the caption. It's very simple UI. And this is the same things. Here you are calling two things: fetch current user and fetch all posts, because this one is depend on current user, right? So that's why, because like is different than say post, but UI is same. Here just I'm just checking if file is end with MP4, then video, otherwise image, and then just caption and then date. The UI is same. And if you like, then you can see instantly, let's say you like this one, and if you go to library, and now here you go, you can see 3 like, right? And even if you dislike, now here you go, you have 2 right? So yeah, but if you don't do this way, definitely you cannot see update, right? So this one makes sure if there is no user exists, so this fetch again, right? And this one call all the post again, right? Yeah, and we are grabbing that post ID, but somehow if does not exist, then it's gonna work. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. And otherwise I'm just mapping through and save post. If save post is not, then you haven't saved any post yet. And here just I'm mapping through. If save post exists, then show the entire UI, this UI, right? This is very easy, guys. There is no logic, but there is a catch, as I told you. This two is very important, right? If you remove any of them and if you only depend on this post, then you cannot see the expected result. That's why here I'm just making sure my that field exists, because just I'm mapping through that save post. If save post is not, if there are no posts, so how could you how could you see them here, right? So yeah, I think that makes sense. So this is my library, and we have to import that library page inside app route. This is the app route, and this is the library, right? And yeah, this is the library, right? And yeah, so, and I'm saying again, this UI just for learning purpose, and I hope, and I want you to use your creativity and design the way you want, because data is available now. Just you spend our time on it and you can create amazing UI. This video I will walk you through message related UI and its functionality, and we are using Socket.io. So let's dive in. So first, if you see, so these features, chat features, now this is the UI. So you have to pick any users except you. So you cannot see yourself here. Let's say within the Joule I chat a lot, and for this, let's say hi, and hi. You can see hi, right? And if you want to write real, so you can see it's real time. So let's open up other terminal, other browser. Here I'm also in Joule, but I'm gonna check by myself and put this in Joule. Okay, and now so let's open up, and this is the phone version, I hope. Okay, it's in Joule. Okay, and the UI is broken because it's a this section, it's a phone versions, that's why you can see sidebar, right? But okay, so let's say hi. Now if you observe, you can see hi here, right? And here also, and yeah, this is a hi, and yeah, hey, you can see hey instantly here, hey, right? And you can send any, let's say pick this one, you can send hi, just hi. Now you send the image as well, the media, right? If you look at here, and I'm receiving that media, right? And yeah, this is the image will check your name, right? So yeah, this way it works, right? And it's a real time, and that's why you have to understand the Socket.io. So I think we write all the backend Socket.io code. If you back to again the backend, let me walk you through again. This config Socket.io. This is the front-end backend Socket.io, right? And this is the emit, right? So this is the emit, which means it's broadcast to everyone. So when one user is online, so everybody can understand, okay, he's online, right? And yeah, then you emit. So I think I see you understand because I explained details. So right now I don't need that, and just let me show you, because this backend accept the user ID, the handshake, right? The user ID. So you have to send this user ID from frontend, otherwise you cannot connect. So yeah, this is the frontend, and I'm just sending. No, not from here. No, guys, this is just empty Socket.io. If you want to handle this one from this message, you can, but I'm not calling this one. I'm just calling this one inside. Again, man. Yeah, inside Redux I have Socket.io. So yeah, this one I'm just calling. So yeah, so I just grab the user ID from Clerk, and then I'm just calling that Socket.io, and just I replace the API, because in Socket.io this is not required. And then with credential true, transports WebSocket, and query user ID. It's must. and then inside chat I'm just importing that inside chat container. I'm just importing the use socket, right? So we have chat container, chat window, and user side. So this is the chat container. This is a chat sidebar, and this is the chat window, and these two are chat container. So this is the parent. So we import socket IO, we import user chat, we import here chat window, right? And then we get tokens, and then we get all the message chat user, right? And even you can, yeah, we don't need this one, so that's why I just comment out. And this is the use side, yeah, each user's panel open, right? From phone version. Now mobile version you cannot see the sidebar, so that's why you have this icon, right? And you can see, so now it's open, right? So that's why these are things, is user panel open, right? So as a default it's false. And then socket IO, location, and pre-selector. This location useful, right? Because from here if you go to users, and then if you go to profile, so if you click this message you will redirect to that particular user chatbot, chat window. Here you go, right? That particular users, right? How cool it is. Back to again, this is the users, and so let's say a lot of user is there, okay, and you can click that message and you can redirect to that. Let's say we have 300 user, maybe more than. So from here, so let's say you like a video, or like this user, so you want to talk with him or her, right? That's why other platform or maybe adult platform implement this feature, so you can talk to him, or like you can DM, right? So that's why just click on it and you can reach his chat window, right? Yeah, so that's why we just use location. And then this is a location from use selector, right? And then select user, set select user, right? This one, that's why we are not using anymore. So yeah, a real-time listener, so I'm using that socket. If socket IO does not exist, return nothing. But if it exists, then handle new message. This is a message, and just dispatch add new message with this message. And just yeah, this is a socket IO one, new message, handle a new message, just pass in. And then this is a callback, just then socket off, new message, handle new message. When socket change or dispatch change, then run this use effect and load all chat user. So load user, then it's asynchronous function, then call fetch chat users, and then load user, and then fetch message for selected user, right? So yeah, if selected user not, return nothing. If we select something, then load message and call fetch message with the selector user ID, this is a Clerk ID, and then token, right? Because backend want Clerk ID, not MongoDB ID. That's why you are passing Clerk ID in this controller or in this here reducer and user panel, right? So here you have fix media static, and then top 0 left 0 h full, media h auto, z index 50, and the UI, right? And if each user panel is true, that means translate x0, otherwise translate x full. and this is the for medium, right? And then user chat, I'm passing props user, the entire chat users, one select. So say set select user and set each user panel open, because we are going to close mobile after selecting user. Right here we don't need that, but when it is on, right, so if you click on it, now it's close automatically, right? This is the features you want to implement. That's why you're passing one select and then select user. So this is the chat user and this is the select user, and this is just to yeah, so when we are on phone version, so when you select, then it automatically closes. And for chat window, if select user is there, then show this chat window, otherwise select a user to chatting this way. Now if visit again, select user to chat. So right now we are not showing any user until you select. Select, then you can see the chat. So that's why if there is no selected user, then show this message only, right? And for mobile user, we are just toggling button. This is the set each user panel, right? So we are using ternary operator, which can make a flip, and if it's true, show this icon, otherwise yeah, and you can see the overlap when user panel is open for mobile. This is the chat container. Let's understand first chat user. So I'm just grabbing three props, user, one select, and select user. This is just message. This is a message, and if user length is greater than 0, then map through all the user. And here if select user id, then show this one, otherwise this. So this is the UI, right? So now you can see this is a sidebar hover. But if you look at here, I'm not using nav link, but still I can't hover it this way. And then image, and then user full name. This is the image and user full name. And then if there is no user not found, right? This is the user chat. And then we have chat window. So here also we are grabbing three things, because here we also passing the props, the selected user, the message, and the socket. This is a select user, message, socket. So here get token, use auth, and then this is the text, set text, media, set media, and scroll ref. So scroll ref is, so I'm using use ref. Like now we have lot of chat message. So this one, like scroll down at the bottom automatically with help of this use ref. That's why we are using use, because as I told you, we use ref when you want to deal with the DOM and other use case. So yeah, this is this is one of them. So use effect. So current scroll, this is a scroll into view. This is the property from current, right? So use ref provide this property, and then behavior is smooth. You can change this behavior and then pass the message. And this is a handle sent, event prevent default, If text is not there and media length is 0, then return nothing. Otherwise append the text inside the form data. This is the form method. It's a built-in JavaScript method, and this method provides this append. It's not a JavaScript. This form is provide this append. And then here I'm just map through all the media, and then if type is image, append image inside form, and if not image, that means video, append this video, because you are sending as well. Here we are also sending the image, video, whatever it is. That's why you also handling here. And then then we are dispatching. I think we don't need this comment, and here also we don't need. So here just I'm just dispatching send message thunk, right, with user ID and form data. So here message related controller accept the Clerk ID, not the MongoDB user ID. That's why if you look at message related reducer, I'm just passing Clerk ID, and then this is the result payload, and I'm just console log it. You can check the data, and if socket IO and new messages exist, then emit the send message with this receive Clerk ID and message, and then set text and set media, make them default as a empty array and empty text. When you send, then you want to remove from here. If you send hi, then now it's removed, right? So yeah, this way we are doing. And just format the time, date, hours, minute, right? So here you can use the moment, right? I think I'm using moment. Here I'm not using moment, but you can use moment, right? And this is the timestamp from here. This is the function, and this function accept the times parameter, and just to format the time, nothing else. And then this is the UI. If image exists, show the image and select a user, this one. And then here just map all the message. If sender, if message select ID is not equal to select user ID, then return this. This is a message text, media rendering, this UI and video, and then timestamp, right? And if sender you select full name user, and this is the form, handle send, and this is the input type, multiple, accept, class name, on change, and then set media, right? And set media, like here we are making sure it's an array, right? If type is image, otherwise video, and this is the input, text input, and this is the button, right? This is the chat window, right? This is the chat window, and these are just UI, right? I'm just grabbing the data and I'm just fetching, and I hope it's clear to you, right? And then you have to this is the chat, then you have to import here, because this is a private. Without login you cannot see any user, So that's why this is a protected route. And now we have just discover page, right? Just we have only left discover page and home page. Let's understand them. So we have discover page, and almost we cover everything. And discover, just we have search page, nothing, this search. We have only this search. Search, let's say video. If there is a video, you can see video. So you can see there is no video, so no direct match found showing trending content. So only we can see this is the trending content and trending user, right? And yeah, but let's say if you match comfort, so you can see only that particular video. Comfort. Okay. Okay, I think comfort is, yeah, comfort. Oh, I think I make this comfort. Now only one user match, right? So yeah, let's, like, it's very easy. Just this is a search, and this fetch search result from search slice, and this is a query set query, and use state empty string, and this is a, I call dispatch navigate, and this is a user post fallback. This fallback is if there is no match, then just show the default data, and these are coming from search global state. And handle search, if query is not exist, then return nothing, and then call fetch search result query. So return means stop that immediately. So yeah, otherwise dispatch this user, and this is the UI. This is a search input, and yeah, one change set query e target value and placeholder search for user or post, then class name, this is a button, and this is a fall for loading searching please, yeah, and this is a fallback, no direct match found showing trending content, right? This message, I think yeah, this message, yeah, I think it's not necessary you have to show them up, but if you want you can. So yeah, this is a fallback, and this is the result. Users, if user is 0, show user not found, and then so if user exists, image first, then image, this is the image, and this is the user image, this is the video, this is the video user full name, right? I think we have here I think right now here we don't have this cover image, we have user image. Now I think let's say push, right? So yeah, this is the, now you can see, and then this is the, again I'm showing, because if you click on it, then you are redirect to this profile. That's why here as I add the navigation, and post section, if post exists then map through, and if post is media, so the video, otherwise image, and caption, only caption, right? Yeah, so this is the search component, and then you have to import here. Then you have to import. Search is a public route, so yeah, this is search, right? And now just we have the only one component, that is home. Inside home we have the recommended user, right? And this recommended user for for large screen. You can add mobile screen but in different way, so you have to figure out, right? And just here I'm just calling that fetch all user, and this is the follow button, so you can see the follow button, right? And if you click on it, so you will redirect at once, like you will redirect to the page, and also you can follow. Here you go, right? But if you want to don't do this way, so you can prevent, right? But I just make it so, yeah. And then just here, just I'm grabbing that user loading error from user state, and just I'm calling fetch all user, and just this is the loading state, and this is the error, right? And this is just heading suggested for you, and just a mapping user slice and all the image, and that's it. And this is the follow button, right? And here just, and this is the recommended for mobile, it's hidden, and above medium it's block, and then this is the width, right? Yeah, so this is, I think we cover all the UI, right? So yeah, this is the UI. You can see this is the discovery we talk about, this is the create we talk about, this is the library we talk about, this is the users we talk about, and this is me. So yeah, we also talk about edit, and we talk about delete, we talk about message field, we talk about cloud, right? So now it's time to deploy, because we understand every logic. So now let's test out our skill, so we can show our project to the rest of the world. So we have to deploy. All right, so we are going to use Vercel for our front-end deployment and render for our backend deployment. So we have to add something and change something on our code, because we are going to deploy on one line, right? So if you look at inside client, so we have to add the vercel.json file, and then we have to write this line of code. So rewrites, and then we have to pass the array, and then object source slash dot asterisk, and then destination slice, right? Because Vercel cannot understand your routes, so definitely that gonna break your code, so you can get the error. But if you do, so Vercel can understand, okay, so you can navigate the route like from here, like easily. So that's why we have to put this is the one thing. The second things, we have to make sure you have a build command. This is the build command, right? You have to make sure it's a build command, right? For backend, same, you have to put this build command as well. You have to make sure you have that build command package. So we have this start, right? This is the start. So node index.js, so render can run this code, right? So yeah, these three things is very important. And then we have to change our URL, right? So right now inside app.js, inside app.js. Now, so we are now inside localhost. This is our front-end URL, like HTTP. Okay, HTTP. So we and now we have to make it true. So like so just when you get that front-end URL, so first you just render your front end, then get that URL and paste here, right, this way. So I just make it true, and then you have to do similar for back front end, because we also have URL. So we have to make it true because we are going up. So when you get the render URL, so you have to put this here, right? And yeah, and then I have to comment. So yeah, let's comment. New changes. Just put this comment and just commit and push. And you can get my code, okay, from GitHub. So the link is on description, so you can get that. Okay. And now let's go to render. If you don't have a render account or Vercel, let's move on for Vercel. So create your Vercel account and make sure link with GitHub. So automatically Vercel or render can import your GitHub repository, right? So let's create a new account, new project. So I have a bunch of projects, so let's create a new one. This create, and then this is and we have all the project available. So socially this is socially we are going to import. So let's import, and then you have to choose a path. So choose a framework. So I'm using Vite. So choose Vite. This is a Vite, and choose your root directory. So it's gonna be client. So choose client, and if you have separate, so yeah, choose. And then you have to put the environment variable if you have, but we have, because we are using Clerk, so we have environment variable. Just copy this copy and paste here. Paste here. Environment variable, and then deploy. So it takes time. So let's go to the render. So if you don't have account, create, and where you are, you can see this new or add new. So click new, and you have to go web services, click web services, and then you can see your repository. Select, and so this is the name, socially one, and project optional, the language, Node, branch, main, yes, the region you have to select, and then root directory. I have a backend root directory, so put your root directory, and build command. This is the backend, and this is the render run, and your start command. So we have npm start, right? This one. We have this backend. This is the start, and we are using npm. That's why I put npm. And then you have to select. So this is for a hobby purpose, but there is a disadvantage if you use this. So it make your UI 50-minute sleep, right? Yeah, so you have to wake up. So yeah, like if you want to deploy your project in production, like for a real purpose, not a hobby purpose, so you have to select this, yeah, this tier, so starter. And but for our case we are using for learning purpose, so select free, and then you have to add all the environment variable. So we have bunch of environment variable, so select. So we have all the variable, just copy and paste here, add, paste, yes. So we paste, right, and add, and then deploy web services. Here you go. Okay, so just delete this one, and now here you go. I think Vercel is, yes, now Vercel is, yeah, Vercel deploy our front end. And now go to the dashboard, and this is the new URL. So you can copy this URL and you can paste, right? So now render is progress in our backend, and yeah, so it takes time. So if I want to really copy this one, so let's copy and change my existing URL just for showing you. Okay, this is a render. Okay, this here you are. So let's comment this one and add another one. No, okay. Oh, there is no, man, like I have to change. So I can do here, then I can copy this one and paste here. And you have to put HTTPS, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, yeah, this way. And just make sure. And now render also deploy your project. No, so just this is the URL, copy and paste on front end URL. Similar things just I'm gonna do here again, and just copy, do, and then paste this one here. Yes. Cut, do here, and then comment, and save, and then commit again. New URL added, push and commit. new changes. I think both are taking time. Refresh. Now new URL added. And what about render? Let's log event. New URL. Yes, now render also processing. Vercel did. Yes, but we want render. Otherwise, you can see the course error. Yes. Now, if you click this URL, this is our deployed. Okay, so you have to log in. So let's log in with this account. Now everything's okay. You can add a comment, like, you can unsave, right? And you can select, you can chat. Let's say hi, and everything is working well, right? So guys, this way you can create a social media type project and you can deploy. A lot of platforms out there, not only Render or Vercel, right? But these two platforms are free of cost. That's why I love to use, right? So I hope that makes sense. And if you don't understand any of my code, just you can put a comment on my comment section, or you can ask ChatGPT that particular code, and then you can learn, right? Because now we need a creator, we need a problem solver, right? Because code can be written by AI, but AI can't solve the problem itself. We have to pass the problem. Hey, this is a problem we are going to solve. Because we all need a creator, because we have $720 trillion opportunity across the world. Can we distribute the opportunity across the world? That is the question, and I hope we can do that. Let's make it happen.